Yeah. There's always
Okay.
Take our masks off.
Well, the speakers
We were
are,
talking. So.
Oh, lucky.
the speakers can during the talk, but otherwise not.
Darn.
Hard to hold a conversation.
Oh, I get it. I hate having them on because you try to talk and then networking with people around here. It's just like I can't see your mouth and I can barely hear you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2 more years will be on.
Hopefully, we'll see. Whenever it's politically expedient.
In the other conference I was earlier, so we were like recommended, but not managed.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Some groups do whatever, and others are really forceful.
Yeah, but I'm being like quite lucky.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually going to show that in my presentation, but it's my 14th in-person talk, or sorry, event. So more talks, but event, but no COVID.
Yeah.
I haven't had COVID ever.
That's good.
Yeah.
Especially when you're flying back and forth. You know,
Yeah.
A lot of people end up getting sick.
Lucky I get it every 6 months, no matter what I do. I
Oh,
give
really?
up on the whole preventative stuff because it's literally every 6 months.
Okay.
That you've gotten hurt.
What?
That you've gotten hurt.
Yep.
Wow.
I've got 2 months left. I'm good.
Right?
Sorry?
Pretty much.
After that story?
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I've got week long.
I'm gonna be in here kind of assisting you in whatever way I can with your talk.
Yeah, I got sick.
I just wanted
Now I'm
to,
dealing with an asthma.
I guess, starting the talk.
Could have been it.
To
Yeah.
introduce you to the
I
audience
actually,
or
one
do you
of
have
the
it?
times I had it.
Well, you don't have to.
Swab test
Don't worry.
negative.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
um,
All right, just wanted to make sure.
It's actually all set.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you need anything else at all that I can get you?
No,
Yeah,
but it-
swabs.
Okay. Sorry, just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
For some reason, they take home tests just aren't working anymore.
No.
Break. I thought he was coming here too. Good. Cross notes. Well, that's it. Oh, yeah. My home stays restaurant, I needed like a outlet. Outlet in Spanish. So what's the deal? Like that's get a garbage can.
It wasn't even close to that position. And more reason that long term, people are
That is great law.
Did you get that one battery?
Yes. Oh, nice. Okay.
Just think.
Yeah.
mini Kubernetes.
Yep, you got
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Today we have a Dr. Nestori here. Hope I pronounced that right. Okay. He's going to be giving a brief talk about attacking Azure Active Directory under the radar. And without further ado, I'll let him take the lead.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So welcome to my talk about how to attack Azure AD Active Directory under the radar. So there are a couple of things that bad admins or rogue admins can do, and I'm going to show them to you. Okay, so who am I? So I'm Dr. Nestori Ylima. I come from Finland. I was talking here earlier this week in another conference in Orlando called Tech Mentor, and that's why I was able to attend this one too. So I'm from Finland, but I work for a US company called SecureWorks. Anybody heard about that? Oh, good, great. And there are my Twitter and Mastodon handle. So feel free to follow me or tweet about me or tweet about me. And yeah, so I'm also Microsoft MVP, most valuable professional. And I think at least some of you know what that means. But quite a lot doesn't know that I'm what the MVR means, most valuable researcher. So every year in Black Hat, Microsoft's Security Response Center is publishing a list of 100 most valuable researchers, and I'm on that list second time in a row, and this time on place 70, if I remember correctly. And I managed to be this time the only one from Finland, so there's no other guys on that list. Yes, so this is not my first in-person event, actually. So I've been doing a little bit kind of a world tour, if you will. So we started in June in US. There was RSA conference in San Francisco. And now we are number 14, actually, right here. And I have only one more left, so that's going to be Black Hat Europe. So I've been already this year Black Hat USA and DEFCON, and now here. And people know me best of my tool called A8 Internals. Who has heard about that? There are a couple, yes, okay. So it's an open source toolkit. It's free to use. Just download that or say install and so on. And it's meant for hacking and administering Azure AD and Microsoft 365 also. And it's listed by MyTray Attack tool. And is it any good? I don't know. Did you use it? I don't know. But there's, according to MyTray at least, there's an organization called APT29 that has used that. So that's also called like Nobelium. So that's the organization or the party behind these SolarGate attacks. And they used, if not my tool, at least same techniques for some of them. Okay, so what I'm going to cover today, so short introduction to Azure AD, so what it is. And I'm going to show you 3 different insider threats one can do. And first one is spoofing, signing logs. The second is that we're going to modify conditional access policies. And finally, we're going to do some denial of service attacks with a thing called pass-through authentication. OWASP, or Open Web Application Security Project, is publishing a list of web application security risks, and this is from 2021. And from these, which are red, are somehow related to Azure AD. And our focus today is only 3 of them. So insecure design, vulnerable and outdated components, and security failures. So that's what we're going to cover today. Now I've got about 40 minutes to do that. So let's see how it goes. So about cloud security. So I hear quite a lot of question that is cloud secure? And I would say that yes, that is. Because it's quite, let's say, closed environment, and It's anyways better than your data center, I would say. If you don't believe me, don't, but that's how it is. And it's easy for users to use. So you just need to provide some kind of proof of identity, usually using a password or nowadays something else, hopefully, like IDO keys or anything. And it's not good for attackers because you really can't, use the method you use to be able to hack into on-prem environments, right? So you can't do that. And from audit trail perspective, it's also good because as an admin, you can't edit stuff there. So you can't delete logs or do anything like that, what you can do in on-prem. So it's good for that. However, people are not usually using only cloud or are not all cloud only organizations. So is anybody here from cloud only organization? There's one or two. Yeah, because usually we are hybrid organizations. So what that means, it means that you have on-prem, you have something there already. You want to use, let's say, same credentials in cloud. So you are connecting this, your not so secure environment to cloud. So you are poking holes to that nice secure cloud stuff there. And guess what? Threat actors, this means to them that they can use their, old skill set to penetrate your on-prem, and then via there they can penetrate your cloud. And that's also what happened in SolarGate attack. So on the on-prem side, we can see that there are different components, and those are involved in what kind of authentication options you have or you are using. So different ways. So we are not going to deep dive these. I'm just going to quickly tell you what these are. So the first one on the left is identity federation, which is the first one that allowed you to use same credentials in cloud and network. And that's not, well, Microsoft doesn't recommend that anymore because that was used in SolarGate. And we have the password hash synchronization, which synchronizes your password hashes to cloud, but it's not the entity hash. It's well, it is actually, but it is rehashed 1,000 times 256, so it's pretty safe. And we have a password authentication, which is based on agent that is installed in close to your AD. And whenever someone is trying to log in, Azure AD is sending those credentials to the agent. Agent tries to log in as that user, and then it returns the result. So this is pretty much the same than the first one, that you don't need to give your credentials to cloud or add them there or synchronize them. So anything is, there's nothing in cloud, only the user object, but that's it. And the last one is certificate-based authentication, where you configure some certificate authority and then Azure AD trust. So the big picture is here. So what is the difference between the on-prem world and then the modern, let's say, cloud world? So on-prem, you have your services, you have your servers, then you have your identity and access management solution, which usually is Active Directory. And then in cloud, you have the Azure AD, which is IAM in cloud. And then you have the Azure services. So you may have like SQL services, or you can have like web applications and even virtual machines. But, and yes, the identities are synchronized to cloud. So you have a full control to your on-prem stuff. So you can access so-called management plane. So you can, go to the data center and get a physical disk out of the server, right? But you can't do that in cloud. But here you have the full control. In cloud, you only have like partial control. So you can't, shut down the server that is running Azure AD, for instance. You can't do that. Or you can't like edit logs of your AD, Azure AD. In on-prem, you can. And that's kind of like an introduction to what we're going to do today. So kind of what is Azure AD, very brief introduction, and then what's the difference between the on-prem and Azure AD. So let's start spoofing. So we're going to spoof some Azure AD signing logs. And I think you guys want to see some demos. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of live demos here. But yeah, not yet. Sorry about that. Too eager to show you demos. So what is Azure AD Connect Health? So that's a component that is reporting stuff from your on-prem hybrid components to cloud. And these are copied from that website. Link is there. So let's move forward. So there's a thing called hybrid health agent for ADFS, and this is used for the identification stuff. And what this particular agent does is that it is reporting the health of ADFS to cloud, so that if there's something wrong, you can see it from the Azure AD portal, same portal that you can see other stuff related to, Azure AD. And because this is part of the hybrid authentication, it's nice to see in the same place. And now, since March 2021, the agent is also sending logging events to cloud. So the picture we have here, where it is here, like this normal way. So when the user is logging into Azure AD, it logs in, and then the Azure AD is writing events to a thing called signing logs, which you can browse in portal. And now, if you are using identification, you are logging into ADFS. And now there's the agent that is reading those events, and then they are sent to Azure AD in a log called ADFS signing logs. And that way, you are able to browse that information on your Azure portal. And here is an example of that. Now, let's go back. So what is interesting is that only a couple of these logs are shown in portal. So we have signing logs there, then we have a non-interactive user signing logs, service principal signing logs, and I think managed identity signing logs is also there. But the others are not available, so you can't see them. They are there, but you can't see them. Unless you are using a thing called log analytics, which means that you need to have an Azure subscription, you need to buy, let's say, what is that called? Storage account, and then you can put those logs there, and then you can view them from there. So this is what we see here. So this is from the log analytics. So we can query that log. So what kind of ADFS signing events there have been? Now, for some reason, Microsoft decided that we want to include this information also in portal, but we don't want to put another tab there. So they are actually in the same list that the normal user signing logs. So they are embedded there. So as we can see, these stuff here are here on red. So they are also there. Okay, so some technical details, what happens when you run this agent. So I studied this back in 2021, actually, and was able to find something interesting. So this is how it works. So user goes in to AD and logs in there, and then the ADFS is writing event to the security log. So normal event log. And then the agent is every now and then it is reading those events, and then it is going to send them to Azure AD. And what happens on the background is that first it needs to get an access token to do that. Then it needs to have a key to load a blob. And the blob in this case is just a JSON file with those events, nothing more. And then it uploads that to a storage. And finally, it writes a signature of that blob and sends it to another place. So a little bit complicated, but anyway, that's how it works. Okay, but how do we get the service access token then? So we need to send a HTTP request, host request to that URL with that kind of body. And it says that secret equals client secret. But where's the client secret stored? Now that was an interesting question. And of course, it's in the registry. Anybody can read. So you go there and you get the agent key with the password. You can get the tenant ID from there, which is required, and also the machine identity. And with that, you can get the access token. Then you get, with that, you get the blob upload key, and an ID that is required to get that is also stored in registry. It's quite easy. So I was able to.
Question.
Yeah,
Is this on the registry of a workstation, or is this only on the domain controllers?
this is the registry on the ADFS server.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So where the agent is running. Okay. So I was able to, kind of work backwards how this protocol works. And I was able to implement the same stuff in my tool. And here's actually what you can do, and I'm going to demonstrate that to you in a minute. So you can create events. Like here, if you just are able to access that server that is running that ADFS agent, you can get the secrets, and then you can spoof these events as much as you want to. So you can say who used a login from where, using which device, was it like a failure or not, and if it was, why, and so on and so on. So I'm gonna show you a short demo. Okay. There it is. Okay, so what we are looking at here is the ADFS server. And I'm just gonna put this here, so it's close to my, that's good. Okay, so just gonna get the agent info first. So I'm already installed my module here for tool equals get AAD int, what is it? AAD int. Hybrid health service agent information, like that. So it just creates everything from registry. So you just need to have like local admin, maybe not even that. It depends, but there's all the information you need. Now I'm going to copy this to my attacker machine. So here's a short trick for you who likes to use PowerShell. Who does? Great. Is anybody using Python? Weirdos. So I'm going to convert this object to JSON and then going to say set clipboard. And now it's on clipboard. I change the machine. And now we are on a different machine. Oh, actually, I was planning to use it in my like laptop here. That's easier. So I'm going to say agent info equals get clipboard and convert from JSON. I should have it here. Yes. And now I'm going to import my module. And I actually created a one for you guys just for this. So I have something here that's not well yet. I'm going to publish this as soon as possible. Okay. So here are actually the events. So I create a new event. Here's the who and his IP address. So this is from Finnish address, and this is a Chinese address. And I'm going to say that they, log in from outside our network. I can set the time when I log in. Was it okay or not? And so on. And then there's a command that actually sends those things. And it only needs that agent info be copied and then, of course, the events. And whenever you are running PowerShell commands and you want to see what is happening, use the verbose switch. So it shows actually some more details. But here it goes. So it creates stuff, sends stuff there, here and there, and finally that's it. And this is going to take a couple of minutes. So I actually created those events already a bit earlier because it can take up to 15 minutes. So we don't want to wait that. And here we can see that we have Diego, failure, and IP address from China. And then Nestor, the other guy, It's from Finland. So yes, and I actually reported this to Microsoft, and this is by design, of course. So they didn't do anything about it, and they can't actually, because I'm just doing what the legit thing does, right? So nothing there. But there was another thing I found out, that the ID that is sent in that JSON block, it equals the request ID that we can see in Azure AD signing logs. So I was wondering that what if I use existing ID, what happens? Well, guess what? I was able to overblock those. So yeah, but they fixed that actually, and I got $10,000 bounty for that. But you're welcome, you're safe now. But anyways, this is just a demonstration that if you are an admin, local admin on that ADFS server, you can get those keys or the secrets, then you can spoof the signing log. If you want to do some bad stuff, you can also spoof it, so it's not that easy to detect what you did actually. So yes, that was the first one. Okay.
Is that going to fire off alerts based on sign-ins from other countries or some of the other logic that AED puts on sign-ins?
Yes, so well, usually you use a thing called Sentinel, for instance, that's free, and whatever logic you have built there, it is reading the same log. So yes, so if you have some alert that yes, so someone logged in from, let's say, China, so you will have an alert. Yes.
Thank you.
So that's why it kind of makes this so interesting.
Big deal.
Yeah. So you can use that actually kind of like service attack. So everybody goes crazy because people are logging all around the world. Okay, so the second one is conditional access. Who has heard about those? Yes, so it's kind of a, let's say, firewall, if you will, in Azure AD, which allows you to either grant or deny access based on certain criteria like who you are, or what device you are using, is the device compliant, which service you want to use, or what is like, where are you accessing the service, like IP address. And there are a couple of ways that you can access that information. So of course we have the Azure AD portal. We can access data. So I'm going to show you that to you now. So I'm in Azure AD portal. I go to conditional access, and we actually have one access here. That's created the day before yesterday. And just shoot a bit. So we have one user, one specific user, and that's the Nestor Ilke. I don't know how you pronounce that. And we have the grant block access, which means that this guy can't use anything here. So everything is blocked. So all applications, so he can't actually log in at all. So we can view that from Azure AD portal. Then we have 3 APIs which we can use to get that information. So the first one is Graph API, Microsoft Graph API, which is the current one. Then we have I think I call this like a admin portal API that is undocumented. You can access stuff there. And then we have the old one, the Azure AD Graph API, which has been deprecated the last 10 years. It still hasn't been. And the next date is like a beginning of March, if I remember correctly, next year. And if you use the API version 1.61-internal, it allows you to do stuff and access stuff that you shouldn't be able to do, but this is now common knowledge. Okay. The first one is Graph API. So if you are querying stuff from Azure AD, this is what you get. So you have the metadata, like who did this, when this was created and modified, and so on. And then we have the conditions. And when we are sending that stuff, when we are creating a new conditions, it looks like this. So there's like no metadata. So there's only like which applications are included, which users, and what locations, and enabled, and so on and so on. And then the admin portal API is pretty much the same. So we have the metadata when we read the data, and then conditions when we read the data. And when we write the data, again, there's no metadata, so there's only that content, if you will. But now the Azure AD Graph API, the old good one. So it looks like this. So as you can see, there's no metadata at all here. There's some other stuff, but then we have the policy detail, which is a JSON file. And when we open that, we can see what's inside. So we have the metadata and we have the conditions. And this policy detail field is editable. Which means that admins can edit that. Which means that admin can edit all this information here. Like here, I could create it 1992. There was no Azure then. There was barely internet. But as an admin, I can do that. So I added this functionality actually to this version, the new version I'm publishing later next week. So this allows us to modify that. So let's try what happens. So where is my browser? There it is. So I try to log in as this guy. And it says they signed, okay. Nice demo because I already edited that rule actually. Sorry about that. But that's a good to have demo effects. So we can fix things. So let's say all cloud apps. Try it again. There it is there. Okay, now it works, so it doesn't work. So you don't have access to this side. And let's use this then. So I switch to my functional module, and then what we need to get AD access token for AD graph. We're going to use credentials. I already saved here. I'm going to save to cache. And then I have the code right here. So first I'm going to get the policy. And we should have it right here now. Do yes. So policy detail. Oh. Set clipboard. I'm gonna open that in Notepad++ and paste it there. Do some magic, and now we have the rule. So what are we gonna? What we can do? We can say like hello. We want to, and we can delete the modified date. Let's take that away, right? And I can say applications and say none. And I say, oh no, not that way. I'm gonna change this back to this kind of format.
You missed out block.
What's that?
Yeah, block is misspelled.
On line 20.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You forgot the K is block.
20, line 20.
Not any.
Block.
Ah, thanks. Just checking on you. So now we go back here. We're gonna set the policy detail like this, and then just gonna run that. Now if we go back here, we should see the updated data so that it's not modified anymore. And when we go here, you see no cloud apps are selected, and now the user should be able to log in. So let's try again. Oh, didn't update yet. It can take some time, but it does that anyways. So it's interesting because you can see things on the list quicker than they are. Well, now we are in.
Did you set it to block and no applications included was none?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't, you know.
Should block everything. Okay.
Well, actually, because I said apps are none, it's not blocking any application.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes. But as I told you, they are audit logs also, right? So we should be able to see what happened. So let's see, can we actually? So, well, I'm gonna maybe show the slide first. So this was interesting. So the bottom one here is the normal way to edit in portal, and the audit log details say that what properties were modified. So we can see that, okay, now admin actually modified that attribute. So it's different. But when we use the graph API, which is the upper one here, it only says that policy was updated. And what is updated? There's nothing. So you can see it, right? And for some reason, this is okay for Microsoft. So I, of course, reported this too, but no. So that's working as intended or designed. So this means that as an admin, you can do modifications that are not properly logged. And the only way to, you know, study this that you should take a snapshot of those like every hour or something and then compare if there's something different. That's the only way. And these are not only conditional access policies, there are other policies using the same API like password policies. So you can switch or you can modify which authentication methods you can use and so on. And also same way like under the ray. Okay, so that was the second one. And then we go to the latest one. This is actually quite interesting also. So we're going to abuse password authentication to perform denial of service attacks. And high level how this works. So user goes to Azure AD, gives username and password, and then the Azure AD creates a thing called authentication request, and then sends that to the PTA agent via service bus. And then the agent tries to log in as that user with those credentials, and then sends information back. So technically, it is using logon user W system32 function to do that. But yeah, it's the high-level architecture. Then quickly to the startup process. So what happens when you start up a PTA agent on the domain-side computer? So what happens? So first, it goes to Azure AD and says, "Give me the configuration." So that's the first 4 steps. And the fifth one is that it is establishing a WebSocket connections to endpoints that are listed on that configuration. And they are usually 8 of them. And then what happens when the user signs in? So this is same thing than in the first one, but in let's say more detail. So service bus is sending notifications that, hey, connect to relay. And then the agent connects to relay, and then you will get the request from that relay. Then you send them to proxy. So a lot of weird steps here, but this is how it works. So I studied this with my team, and we found out that we can actually quite easily steal the identity of that agent, because here we can see it's a certificate. So the agent is identifying itself to Azure AD using certificate. So it's using certificate-based authentication. So if you have that certificate, you can be that agent, right? So what you can do, you can steal that. So basically, you just export the certificate, and you can do that regardless where it is stored, or does it have the check mark that allow export private key or not, it doesn't matter. You can do that. So here we do that. And now when we have that certificate, we can impersonate that agent. So we can do whatever that agent can do. Now, what is funny part is that agent, the certificate is actually valid for 6 months, if I remember correctly, yes. And then it goes, well, it's not valid anymore. It's old, it's useless. Except that you can renew that using that old certificate. So you can do that as many times as you want to. And for some reason, Azure allows you to have multiple certificates per agent, which means that if you stole that certificate from the target organization, that agent is automatically renewing the certificate all the time, so every 6 months at least, and you can do the same. So Azure doesn't care about that. So you can have 1 or 2 or 10 actually was the maximum certificates per agent, and they can be like all around the world. Now, what we also learned that, well, let me show you. Let me show you that from the portal. What admin can actually see. So we are back in Azure AD portal now. We go to Azure AD Connect. Oh, this was actually changed a couple of days ago. But here we should have a pass-through authentication, and it's enabled. And we can see that we have 2 agents here. And we can see IP addresses. So actually, if you use that certificate, well, let's not put it that way, but when you are start the agent, the IP address changes here. So if you steal the certificate, let's say the first or second one, and you start that agent on your own control server, the IP address will be here, and you are caught, right? Because we can see that, okay, the IP address changes. But the question is, when does that IP address change? And we were able to pin that to this. So these 4 steps here. So when it connects to so-called bootstrap endpoint to get the configuration, the IP address is populated. So what if we don't get that configuration using that agent, but we get that beforehand and just give that configuration to that agent? Well, then the IP address didn't change. So you could do that stealthy. So if you have the configuration and the certificate, your actions are not, detected. There's no log anywhere you can see. So you can do that, under the hood, as the title of the talk says. So we're going to see a demo of that, perhaps. And if you don't, I don't care because I'm going to show it to you. So I have 2 servers here, which you saw there actually. And what I'm going to do is that I have installed my module here. It's just one command, so it's export AD in AD proxy agent certificates. It's one command, and I'm running this in a separate window because it elevates this session to local system. After that, that session is useless. And we can see that we have 2 certificates here. And I know that that one is not working, so I'll use that one. And then I'm gonna export the configuration also. So I'm gonna use the certificate I got. I can use that to get the configuration. Now in the bottom of the screen, we should have those. So I have configuration and I have the certificate, and I'm going to copy those to my hacking machine. But before that, I'm going to stop the agent running on this server and the other one because there's some kind of load balancing. And I just want to make sure that everything is, coming to my attacking server. So I just close those. that the requests are not going there. And just kind of paste here. So I have the configuration and I have the certificate. And I'm going to run the PTA agent we created. So that is an implementation of that protocol that the PTA agent is using. So I'm just going to run like this. So it is providing the XML, which is the configuration, and also the certificate. And I might have get some demo effects, and I had it right now. Why? So doesn't it allow me to get to those from this computer? Because I'm running that locally, so that might be a reason. I can access those using this network connection here.
You're only setting up the config. You're not putting in the certificate.
What's that?
For the command, you're only running the config, not the certificate.
Oh, it is there. The cert is there. Should be. Oh,
Did you want to grab the cert you just pulled today or the cert that you pulled on the 4th?
yeah, I tried to use this one. It's I exported.
Today?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one that you pulled on the 4th. Look at the date modified on it.
Yeah, but that my tool puts the date. What is the actual date of when validity period of that certificate starts? So
okay.
So yeah. So that's why it seems like that one. But I don't know. Maybe you have some kind of firewall here in this, campus that doesn't let me do this. But let's try to run that from the other server. So that you can actually do the bad stuff. But that's always this, let's say, make interesting to show demos when they are like live demos and they don't work. So what can happen? See, does that work? No, of course the copy paste doesn't work. It would be too easy. But why doesn't it work? I can't imagine anything else that there has to be something like.
Do you have internet?
Oh yeah.
Try turning it off.
Turn it off and turn it back on.
Because this machine like this one is in Azure, like a data center somewhere around the US coast. So yeah. Okay, but it's actually same because it would have been like nice to show you how this.
Go back to the attacker. You don't actually know.
What's that?
Go back to the attacker. See the globe on right?
Bottom right, no internet.
Ah. Why not?
There's no adapter.
That's a good point. Because it's a local VM and it should have connection. Why don't you have connection?
Wi-Fi drop.
VM that you add in the network adapter to it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we can check that. We have like 2 minutes anyway, so.
Yeah, right.
So,
We're all invested.
so I think this one, I'll just try to change that. Line. And then go back. Welcome to. This worked so nice yesterday. But that happens if you have network connectivity. But anyways, what I was going to show you is that when you run this agent, you can provide like failure code, and I'm just going to zoom them. And here's a couple of that you can use. So I was going to show you this one with one, which means that this user can't sign in because the account is currently disabled. So which means that now when we are running that like a rogue agent here, well, first of all, the IP address doesn't change, and then it just fails everything. But besides failing, it also like dumps all the credentials. So you can harvest credentials while blocking everything.
Wow.
But yeah. So sorry about that. I'll be around here, let's say 30 minutes or so after the show around here. So I'll try to see if that works. And now I lost my mouse. So let's just quickly do this. So actually yesterday we published a tool called PT Agent Dump that is open source, free to use, and it actually shows you if you have more than one certificate agent. So that's the only way that you can see that. And also what is interesting that if you see that, okay, now this particular like this one, if this is compromised, you can delete that. There's no delete button. Only thing that you can do is to wait for 10 days for it to be inactive, and then it removes automatically. But if the threat actor is using that all the time, it never goes inactive. So you need to contact Microsoft support and say delete that, and that's what they can do. Okay, but with that, thank you. I have some stickers. If you want those, just let me, stop.
Thank you very much.
I don't know.
Really fast. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Curly, Mr. Curly. Mr. Curly.
Let's call him
That's what.
Stick one.
Likely, usually doesn't happen. But is that was freshman? Thanks for talking. I think you guys have like. Yeah. Go over. Oh, you. Yeah, that's right. And then there's some, and then like. I'll let you. I just want to say hi. Yeah.
I do stuff.
And you know that everything. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
You've done the world tour this year, huh?
Yeah.
Hi. So we have announced. No, they did.
Oh, yeah, scares like, bro.
Oh, okay. So we need to announce that.
It's like.
So let them know that program died. They're apologize. Paperwork, red tape.
Oh, hey. That's like the funny. You just.
I guess.
Yeah, what do we?
So let's do that first.
Okay.
Some things are a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So that's where we're at. Thankfully, we're numerous places. Apologize for the inconvenience.
Ah, okay. Okay, I was just talking about cybersecurity.
I gotta go lunch. You got it?
Sorry, I didn't really. You're on. Is there an operator in here? Like a. Oh, it's for everyone. Oh, okay. Well,
Not a full set person.
but. Black screen.
I do not.
No, that should be Andrew.
Okay, yeah, it's just to make sure that no reflector is under recorded or streamed.
See you on Friday.
Yeah, I would like to. Be aware of that, but I will.
Pretty great.
I,
I'm not you gonna yell at some project manager.
Yeah, some of it's virtual. I just didn't know if they were like. No. Okay. I work for a real estate company. Boring, but I go. That sounds like keep us like that.
oh, the no code malware.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the document.
Yeah, I believe that.
So I guess let me ask like this. Are there other,
So they're not gonna be like.
are there other,
100.
Like that.
It's like they're part of like tech companies, other people.
Sorry.
It's involved, so like he lives in this little like world. Where as a that's like he's looking to venture out from that to general. But yeah, so he's not that talk about it.
Yeah, well,
I could be wrong. I'm sorry. Yes.
What is it called? Cool.
That's awesome.
so again, thanks for sharing. So
Have a great one.
Thank you.
Like about 4 hours.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, safe travels and honestly, thank you again so much for coming. It's not just. It really
So there we are.
No,
Likewise.
Okay, sorry. That's good.
I just.
Okay. Sorry. I'll say yeah. Like 5 minutes. Wait. Oh, no.
I do not need to.
got this. I already have my percentage saved and everything. That's good.
I mean, within reason, but I don't. What the screen is. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's okay. What's your name? Eric. Eric Austin. Sorry. Didn't know. Yeah, that's okay.
As always, but don't worry about it. Also, that's what you have. I don't know, maybe.
Well, I'm saying because of like.
Oh, gotcha.
That way you can pretend we're not.
I have a question to ask him because of the camera.
Between credentials, in other words, basically still see the screen. But if you decide to start watching, it might bring it with you because we are projecting to. So yeah.
Nope, I just need HDMI
Yes. That's who said. I could have given.
Is that sometimes if I get
That's why this is. It's the power side of it.
okay.
Power bar.
Yep. Sorry, I'm testing myself here. I have another view. I don't have.
That's okay. I just wanted to kind of be honest. I didn't know like that, because I don't have it. Okay, no worries. You're up.
But afterwards, I'll be running until sorry, from 1 to 4.
Yeah. But
Oh,
different presentations.
So
So like 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 4 to 5. Or yeah, that I kind of needed. I didn't know like I didn't know the schedule of anything today.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen like a time.
Sorry, that was no doubt can't get shots, but
I included it. 11:15.
Take care of it. morning, everyone. Just a quick announcement to all of you that were planning on getting food from the food trucks. Unfortunately, due to some paperwork red tape, they will not be able to be here. There are many other alternative food options around though, so feel free to take a look at the program guide. There are alternatives listed on there. There are a lot of restaurants in walking distance, so check it out. Apologies on behalf of Bsides staff. We didn't expect things to happen with the storm and all of that. Stuff happens. But if you do have any recommendations or concerns, please share them with each other. Otherwise, here's David Probinski, and good luck.
All right, so how's everybody today doing? All right, is this your first time at a Bsides event? Yeah. Is this your first time at a security conference?
Yeah.
All right, so today we're going to be talking about physical security. Before we proceed, I do have a short disclaimer that everything that you will be seeing today is for educational purposes only. I do not expect you to go breaking into places illegally. And if you do, me and Bsides will not be held liable because shit happens. So who am I? My name is David Probinski, as you already seen. I'm the red team lead. I run the offensive security department for a company called Elevate Consult down in Miami. We're located in Miami, in the New York West Coast as well. We're all over the States. I have 7 years, a little bit shy. I have more than 7 years in experience of mixed IT as well as cybersecurity. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's degree. I have a couple of certificates. I'm an active member of Hack Miami in South Florida. I am a member of InfraGard, South Florida ISSA, and a couple of other organizations as well. And with the cheering, please, for now. And something I am proud of, me and the Hack Miami group, we won the DEF CON Red Alerts ICS CTF. I'm going to brag about it for the rest of the year. So enough about me. Let's move on into what we are here to see today, which is physical security. So the topics that we're going to be going over today is going to be an overview of red teaming, the difference between red teaming and pen testing. We're going to touch the reconnaissance parts of red teaming, which is really important, the physical security aspect of it. And as well, we're going to see social engineering and how it is involved in the red teaming, because as many of you may or may not know, social engineering is not just sending a phishing email. There's more to it than just a phishing email. So moving on into red teaming. Anybody here familiar with the OSI model? Okay, so here we can see the OSI model. We have the application layer, presentation layer, session layer, and so forth. So when red teaming or pen testing, most of the time we attack most of the layers except the physical layer. When we think of the physical layer, we think devices such as routers, switches, hubs, access points. But it's rare the scenario on why we do not attack these. The reason why, I mean, a lot of companies don't even consider the fact that you can actually attack these, but it is very possible. Sometimes when you actually bring it up in order to attack them, sometimes they'll say, oh, they don't have enough budgets, or they don't consider it to be vulnerable. They'll say, oh yeah, all of our assets are in the cloud, that the offices are empty, nobody's there. Yeah, you can still be popped. We've never had a break-in that you know of. But it happens. I mean, if you think about it this way, if you have a target, let's take it a little bit further. You have a scenario of a big enterprise that you want to breach, you want to attack, and it turns out that they're completely air gapped. How do you get in? If they have no public IP, nothing visible on the outside, how'd you get in? Does it happen? Oh yeah. I mean, we don't have to go too far. It was Stuxnet. There were air gaps and they got popped. So it is very possible and it does happen. And in my opinion, the reason why we don't see it that often is because in physical security, you don't have that many evidence. You don't have logs. For example, when you're hacking into a system, you always connect to it. There's running an exploit. And it doesn't matter how good you are at covering your tracks, there's still going to be traces that something was popped. In physical security, chances are it's going to be very difficult, especially now with COVID, right? Everybody wearing a mask. Like if you break into a facility, chances are maybe the cameras saw you, but if you're already in, just take the camera hard drive with you. I mean, how are they going to find you? So this is a diagram that I made a couple of weeks ago. I know it will trigger a lot of professional red teamers that have been in the industry for way longer than I am. As they are part of red teams, but they are not full red team operators. And here's the reason why. Most of the pen testing or red teaming in the aspect of offensive security is done completely remotely. So when you shut off that remote components, as in doing anything from behind a computer, how do you attack them? Like for example, we see we can perform OSINTs, we can perform web application hacking, email phishing, anything that we can see from an external standpoint, we're able to attack as a pen tester or as a member of a red team if you do attacks remotely. But if your target has nothing visible online, then what's your next approach? That's where social engineering and physical security come in. Those are the elements that you have to use in order to be able to compromise your target. So, for example, if you're doing reconnaissance on your clients and they have multiple facilities and they have access controls, yeah, you can hack the RFID on it, but in order for you to be able to do that, it requires the physical presence. So someone actually has to go out there to be able to do it. That's not something that you can do remotely. So that's the differences between pen testing and red teaming. There are a lot of pen testers that claim that they're red team operators, but here's the thing. If you have a group of 10, 15, 20, most badasses hackers or red teamers, if you may, and the target is air gaps, how do you get in? Okay, that's it. The red team can't do anything. No, we're actually gonna move beyond that. So in red teaming versus pen testing, usually you get a scope and rules of engagement. They'll say, okay, you can attack this, you can attack that. But in a full red team operation and full red team engagement, you don't have a set of rules. It's a free for all. Like you'll have clients that, for example, you might not be able to access their, they have no database, for example, publicly accessible. However, they have a wireless mesh network that anything is visible. So you have to just hop on their Wi-Fi and from there you're in. You get a foothold. All you need is pretty much connect to the Wi-Fi. You know? So yeah, in my opinion, when red teaming, it's pretty much a free-for-all. Like you're supposed to go at it, no strings attached. Oh, there's something you can't touch. I mean, a real attacker, they don't think about that. There's no way you're gonna tell a real malicious attacker, oh yeah, you can't hack this, you can't hack that. No, they'll go for whatever the case. So moving on to reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is one of the biggest elements of red teaming that we have to put our focus on whenever we're trying to infiltrate into a facility. The more reconnaissance that we do into our target is going to be completely better for us. The more information we have, it's more better for us. So, for example, when we're doing OSINTs on pen test, we usually go to our friend Google. We search for DNS records, we search for websites, we search for subdirectories, we search for backends for source code. So we look for all these kind of information when we're trying to do a pen test. Well, when we're renting into a physical facility, we do the same process. We gather as much information as we can as possible. Google is your friend. So for example, you can look at the entity name, the name of the business that you're trying to break into. Do they have any known affiliated entities related to them? Do they have offices or facilities in other locations? For example, if you have a big Target and they have offices all over the place and their hub is in the middle of downtown New York, but turns out they have a small branch in the middle of Arkansas. Which one you think are you going to attack easier? Let's go to Arkansas, man, because in New York you're going to get caught. I mean, there's eyes everywhere. But in the middle of Arkansas, no, let's go there. You know? When you're searching online for the infrastructure of the location, you want to check Google Maps Street View so you can have an idea of what the location looks like. Check to see some places you can actually find the blueprints of the construction site or of the place that you're trying to get into. Check real estate offices, as well as try to check property management. True story. One time we were trying to infiltrate into a location and we searched up a real estate company. It was a building with a shared office space. And turns out that the real estate office had a 3D virtual tour of the location. So we already had an idea of all the location inside where the cameras, sensors, and everything was inside. So yeah, that kind of information you always want to look up online. Social media events, that's a good one as well. There's a lot of companies that they use social media to promote their business, to promote the employee lifestyle, and they're always doing parties and whatnot. From there, you can actually gather information such as their uniform to see if they're using logos, to see if they're using badges. Check the pictures if you can spot in the corner of the pictures, like if you see cameras, sensors, what the facility looks like. Check if you see security guards in the pictures. So that kind of information is one you want to look for in those pictures. Another one is as well, company vehicles. Check if the company has their logo branded on the vehicle. Sometimes they'll have places that if you slap on a copy of the logo on your car, you can probably drive in and they might not think you, they'll probably just think you're just an employee. So that's with OSINT. So another area that involves regarding intelligence and gathering information for engagement is humans, which is human intelligence. So this is trying to compile information from the employees, unknowing employees, as much as you can. Like for example, if they have local coffee shops or they have parks, if you see that they go on their lunch break, try to hang out with them, you know, be friends with a couple of them. I mean, it's a dick move if you're trying to break into a facility, but at least you'll gather valuable information. Because it is very often that a lot of employees, they don't like where they work, so they're always complaining about stuff. So through that complaining, you can actually hear information from that company that you're trying to break into. Human resources, this is a big one. Are they hiring? You can scour through LinkedIn and you'll see a bunch of positions and all their requirements. So we'll see a little bit more of this further along in social engineering. Another thing that you want to take a look into is the foot traffic of the location where you're trying to break into. What does it look like during the day? What's the casual attire? You want to try to blend in as much as you can. You don't want to be wearing something that might pop out. You know, for example, if they're wearing dresses, suit and ties and whatnot, you want to go like full camo and cargo pants because they're going to be a sore thumb, you know. You want to keep an eye out for the security guards. Check if they're sitting 24/7 on a desk. Check if they actually do rounds. When you're gathering intelligence, you also want to take note if they do rounds, at what time they do rounds, if they're constant with those rounds, or if they're just sporadic. You also want to check the differences of foot traffic on the day, during at night. For example, if it's during the day and there's a lot of foot traffic, social engineering might be easier to sneak in. If it's at night, if there's nobody there, then you just go physically at night and you'll be able to get in. Check as well, at night, usually you'll see maintenance, you'll see cleaning crew. During the day, you'll see the delivery guys, third-party suppliers. You'll see a lot of people going in and out of the building, depending on where you're going into. So image is image intelligence. And from this one, we want to try to look at image as much as we can in the sense of what can we gather from an image. So for example, by taking a lot of pictures of the location, you can gather what kind of locks they're using. You can check the areas where they have the security cameras, if they have sensors, what the uniforms look like. If you do reconnaissance, for example, with a drone, you can actually fly to the location and get an idea of the overall location. Check for fire exits, that's a big one. Check for any entry or exit point in the facilities. That's going to help you along the way. You want to take a lot of pictures to check also if they have RFID access controls. Check for roof access, and pictures is one of the biggest key here. Ideally, when you're taking pictures, I wouldn't recommend using a phone. The phone camera you can use when you're actually on site already trying to get into the facility. But if you're doing reconnaissance, you definitely do not want to use the camera of the phone because it's just not powerful enough. To give you an idea, here is a sample of a digital zoom on 10x. So you have the optical zoom, which is done with the camera with a physical lens. Normally, these DSLR cameras, you can actually get those kind of lenses. And the image quality regarding the zoom is way better than the one from the phone, even if you have the latest iPhone. I can guarantee the DSLR can get further with a much higher quality. Because here's the thing, when you're doing reconnaissance and taking pictures for your intel gathering of a building, you do not want to get caught. So ideally, you want to be at least 1/4 of a mile or 1/2 mile away. And in order to achieve this, you're going to need at least 40x zoom. So regarding the quality of the camera, there's a sample of the DSLR cameras. They can be quite pricey, but after my talk, you can approach me. I have a couple of suggestions on which cameras you can get for the cheaper price. This book, I'm not promoting or anything, but it's a great book to learn more about photography and covert imagery when you're trying to perform reconnaissance, and you do not want to get caught. Another tip for when taking pictures, there are lenses you can attach to the DSLR cameras, which are polarized lens. That sometimes, for example, you're taking a picture at the windows on the side windows of a building, and because of the reflection of the sun, you can't see anything behind it. But if you use a polarized lens, it'll actually cut through it as if there's no reflection whatsoever, and you can see anything behind that glass. So moving on to more interesting part. So let's go on to physical security. So let's take 3 examples of physical security. These are 3 sample targets. Let's say you have a medical, the industrial control place, and the law firms. So why is it important in the aspect of physical security for these locations? So in the medical facility, if you go to a hospital, for example, in a hospital, they have a very, very, very high foot traffic. Wherever you go, you always see people walking up and down all over the place. So they have really low physical security. It's way easy to get in and social engineer your way in. This is bad. In contrast to that, you have the industrial control places. It is very likely that you've driven around and you see, for example, telecommunication hubs, you see electrical hubs, you see water treatment facility hubs, and very likely there's nobody there. Maybe you'll spot a security camera, maybe not. Maybe you'll see a gate with a simple master lock in front. And yeah, the kind of security that you see in usually these places is horrible. And people ask me, like, do attacks in places like this happen? Yeah, they do all the time. The thing is that the news, they don't consider it something relevant. It doesn't really show up. Here's on the bottom, there's a link for a YouTube video on an attack on the electric grid that happened in California. And this was a group of guys with a couple of assault rifles, and they were shooting at electric grid plants for over 20 minutes before someone even reached out to go to the location. So they almost took it down. So yeah, these attacks do happen. And another big one is law firms. The reason why I consider law firms that they're vulnerable is because they store a lot of documents, paperwork on site. Usually they have a lot of flow traffic as well. And the security is not really top notch. And then here's the thing with physical security, why I consider that it's not as known or it's underestimated is that, for example, let's say you have your own office, and of your office, you're the only one that has a key, right? And you've been working on a research paper for the last 2 weeks, a very important document, and you leave the document in your desk because it's a Friday afternoon and you want to go party because it's going to be a long weekend. Great. So you arrived at your office on Tuesday morning, slightly a little bit hungover, got a couple of coffees, and you can't see the research paper. Like, okay, I probably misplaced it. It'll never occur to you that someone got into your office, took the papers, and locked the door on their way out. You just gonna think it's misplaced because you didn't see any break-in. You didn't see anything broken, like no windows nor locks broken. So you just assume you misplaced it. But yeah, I probably left that at the house. And turns out because since you didn't consider that it was actually stolen, you think it was misplaced, you never report it. So it goes completely unnoticed. So this kind of thing, in my opinion, does happen. The thing is that people don't really realize what just happened because they think that they're completely secure. I mean, it's amazing the amount of security that people put on to the simple locks at their house. I mean, you have a simple $20 lock from Home Depot protecting your whole family and all your valuables in your house. Yeah, no, that's not good. So tools, there's a lot of them. I mean, yeah, this is just one part of it. I actually have a GitHub with most of the tools that I use. Starting off with here, you can see a couple of important ones going from top to bottom. The power bank, you always need a power bank to power on your devices. You need the shims. I do recommend if you never shimmed the door before, please do pass by the lockpicking village. We'll teach you how to shim a door. You have the bump keys, the thumb turn tool. That's usually used for commercial doors where they have the thumb lock. Yes. A flashlight in case you're actually breaking into a location at night and they have all the lights off. You don't want to catch the attention of pedestrians on the outside or a security guard. You want to be as discreet as possible. Whenever you're doing an engagement and you're doing Wi-Fi as well, you want to bring your Wi-Fi pineapple. That way you can actually drop it off on site and pick it up a day or two later so you can do remote reconnaissance of a wireless network. You want to use RFID frequency detectors. That way you can actually detect what kind of frequency they're using in order for you to configure your Proxmark to be able to clone badges whenever you're doing social engineering. Lockpicks that's by far one of the top priority tools that you're gonna have with you in your tool set. If you've never picked a lock, you can pass by Lockpick Village. We'll teach you how to. Jigglers, jigglers can be used to jiggle your way into a lock and open it. You don't necessarily have to pick it. It depends on the manufacturer of the lock itself, if it's a difficult lock or not. And then you have additional stuff. For example, you have the elevator keys. Everybody here, I assume, knows Deviant. He has a great talk on elevator hacking. Of course, you always want to take your USB implants. It could be your rubber ducky. It could be your key loggers. Always carry your implants with you because what's the purpose of breaking in if you're not going to leave your your implants devices in order to you to get on the network. A radio is an important one because you do have to have communication with your team. It is advisable that you never go on an engagement alone. Because it does happen that, for example, in some places that you actually break into, you might be able to get in, but it turns out that there's someone that spotted you. So you need an additional set of eyes to actually let you know, hey, I believe someone spotted you, get out of there. Because if not, you can't get caught. And then you'll have additional tools for example, under the door tool that will set the lockpick village. There's the leashy tools, can of compressed air that's used to bypass the request to exit sensor, and a few others. So in terms of the amount of tools, I've seen videos of people that actually do a video of all the tools that they use on a red team engagement. And those can be quite overwhelming and depending on the amount of tools that they use. But to be honest, in a real engagement, you're not going to need like a Pelican case full of tools. Like all you need literally is a small backpack like this one. Like here, I literally have all my tools that I use on a red team engagement. Like you don't need that many. And then the kind of bag that you want to use, depending on where you're trying to break in, you want to try to blend in with the environment. You don't want to go with something with too bright colors or a camouflage, something that could catch attention. You want something discreet as possible that would match your attire. So some other items that go overlooked that nobody really talked about when doing a red team engagement, obviously you want to carry with you the authorization form. Always, never forget that. You do want to have the direct number of the contact of the person who actually hired you to do the engagement. Because in case something happens, you get caught by local authorities, you want to be able to call that person and they can approve that you were hired to do what you claim that you're doing. Excuse me. Cameras. So besides the DSLR camera, that's when you're doing the external reconnaissance of the facility when you're trying to get caught. But when you're actually breaking into the place, you actually want to use body cameras and record as much as you can. That way it starts for you when you're creating your report for your client, it shows as proof and to actually show the client how you got in. Another reason why you want a camera with you, in this case, now I do recommend using your phone, is that, for example, you break into a location, into an office. The first thing that you want to do immediately you break in is take pictures of everything, exactly as it is. Then you do your reconnaissance inside, see what you can gather, what intel, what documents, all the juicy stuff that you can find inside of the office. And once you gather all your proof that you need, then look back at the pictures that you actually took and leave everything completely untouched. That way, when you leave and you lock behind you, nobody will notice that you're actually there. Another stuff that you want to carry with you as well is water and candy or sweets or snacks. Trust me, the night can be long and you will get hungry. Careful with those and leaving any traces behind, so always carry the garbage with you. Band-aids and alcohol, that's sometimes when you're picking a difficult lock, sometimes you can easily go over an hour and you might cut yourself while trying to use a picks if they're in. You do want some form of ID, as in your real ID, just in case you do get caught with law enforcement. You do not lie to law enforcement, you do tell the truth. The cell phone with emergency contacts, of course, and TV, because you never know if you're breaking into a remote location and it turns out there's no bathroom and you have an urgent need. And yeah, you're gonna need that. So moving on to social engineering. So social engineering is not just sending a phishing email. A lot of people think it's just phishing an email, but it's way more to that. When social engineering, you really don't need that many tools. However, I mean, besides the props, there isn't no technical tools. You don't really need a laptop. You don't really need any other tools except the props. But you do need a sharp memory. For example, when you're social engineering into a place, you want to remember people's names, what they look like, what they're wearing. Or you walk into facilities. So remember a while ago, I mentioned on human resources, if they're hiring, that's a great way of actually getting into a building and have a tour of their facility. Because you can, for example, you would create a fake profile on LinkedIn, create an alias and fill in other requirements that they're actually looking for that position that they're hiring. So you're like, okay, check, check, check. I can fill in for this position, and you actually go in for an interview. Even though if at the end of the day, you'll just decline their interview, that you just don't want to apply for the job at the end of the day, but at least you got a tour of the facility with human resources. Well, in that case, you can actually use that information to spot where they have cameras, where they have sensors, what kind of locks they're using, what the uniforms look like, what the badges look like. So one trick that I use to practice memory is that, for example, whenever you're out at a restaurant, let's say you go into your local Chipotle, from the crowd that's actually sitting there eating, try to pick 2, 3, maybe 5 people, right? Take a quick glance at them and see what they're wearing. Wait about 2 minutes and then see if you can replay in your mind exactly what you saw. Kind of like a memory game. And then if you spot on, then increase the time and increase the amount of people. It's like, okay, I remember that person, she was wearing a blue jacket. I remember that guy, he was wearing a suit. So yeah, you want to do that to practice your memory. Another thing that you got to do when social engineering is you have to have a keen eye for details. So once you start getting involved in the physical security world, you inevitably get into the habit of looking at security things. Like I immediately walk into a location, I'm looking at every single door, every single location. I'll look at the cameras. I'll see what they have in terms of physical security. So you're always looking at that and subconsciously. It's just, it happens on your mind. Whenever you walk into a place, you're immediately looking around. Also in social engineering, you have to have a solid pretext as well as a backup pretext. You also need to be able to read body language. For example, if you're trying to social engineer your way in and you're talking to someone in a lobby area, depending on their body language, you can actually detect if they really want to talk to you or if they're just trying to make up excuses to leave you and not continue the conversation. So for the pretext and the backup pretext, let's say a sample scenario, you're trying to break in and you're social engineering your way into a facility, claiming that you're the AT&T guy, and you need to do some checks on the router because you're doing a repair on your neighbor's Wi-Fi and you don't want to bring anything down. When I say that you need a backup pretext, is that you want to be have a backup, as in someone else part of your team that you can able to provide information on in case they want to validate that information they're actually claiming. For example, if you walk in and you say who you say you are, that you're an AT&T guy, you want to check something, they'll say, oh, how is that true? I'm like, well, here's the number of my supervisor. You can just call them and confirm. You'll have a fake card, and they call them, and just for the fact that they're actually calling someone else to verify this information, and that someone is also on your team, they'll say, oh yeah, he's one of my guys. He just needs to go in and take a quick look. So that can help you as a backup pretext. For the HR hiring, the interview tour, it is good also for fake aliases and profiles. You want to have a portfolio of a couple of fake aliases and profiles on LinkedIn. I'm sorry for you recruiters out there. But yeah, personally, I've had aliases for a couple of years now, and they've matured, and I get so many recruiters reaching out. It's ridiculous. But yeah, you do definitely want to have a couple of fake aliases and fake profiles created because you want those profiles to mature over time. You want to increase the friend request amount, and you might make it appear like it's a real person, you know? Ideally, when creating those, at least for the first name, try to keep the first name legit. You can change the last name, but the first name, keep it legit, just in case a recruiter sees you at an event and say, hey, I have you on LinkedIn. You're this profile. I'm like, yeah. Exactly. So yeah, you don't want a recruiter calling you out on your BS of your fake profile. In terms of attire, it's really varies. If you're going to an urban environment, you want to keep it formal, but don't use flashy clothes. Try not to wear things that people could remember. For example, specific earrings or necklaces and hairdos or hairstyles. Try to keep it as in a way that you can blend in as much as you can. That way it's harder for someone to remember you. Especially with receptionists, they have a really keen eye for details and they're usually spotting on people and remember these kind of things. If you're going into a rural environment where it's a remote location, there's really no people around, you can actually go comfortable. You can wear your cargo pants or whatever. In places like that, I actually do recommend as well carrying different sets of gloves in case you need to jump over fence, but in case you need to jump over fences and whatnot. So yeah, for rural, you actually want to go as comfortable as possible. So here are, for example, 3 different scenarios that you would use to social engineer your way in. For example, you have the AT&T tech guy, which we spoke a moment ago. You have the real estate agent. This is good because the real estate agents are usually allowed to go in everywhere. I mean, you dress up like a real estate agent, you can recognize them a mile away. You just claim that you would like to take, let's say you walk into a building. The building has multiple floors and your client is on the 4th or 5th floor, right? And you go to the receptionist very kindly, show up with a box of donuts. That really helps. It's like, hey, I'm a real estate agent. I'm trying to rent out an office that it's 3 floors up. Do you mind if I just take a quick tour and take a couple of pictures of the inside of the location so I can have an idea of what it looks like? And by doing that, you're actually taking pictures of the employees, of badges, of cameras, and how it looks in the inside. That way, actually, you can spot in what room the server is. In terms of the engagement, usually you don't do these engagements like do the reconnaissance on a single day and then the next day you actually break in. Ideally, you want to have a timeline. For example, between the 1st and 3rd day, you do all your reconnaissance. You gather as much information as you can. The more information you have, the better. Take information on what the area looks like during the day versus at night. Go multiple times at night because sometimes you'll have a cleaning crew that goes once a week, but they go on a specific night. Same as for the day. Sometimes you'll have third-party suppliers that they go on site to do a delivery. Maybe they do only once a week and you can only spot them on that single day. So third, supply chain attacks is a good one that I actually like to use in engagements. For example, you do reconnaissance on who is one of their suppliers because most companies, they need suppliers of stuff. It's a known fact. So you do reconnaissance on who their supplier is, right? You find out information about the company, about the logo, try to create a uniform of that company and try then to infiltrate your target, pretending you're one of the supply people. So yeah, a lot of reconnaissance on the final days before the engagement. Prepare your gear and practice. Do a case scenario of what could happen if something goes wrong. If you're social engineering, you actually want to practice your rebuttals and your pretexts. For example, if you have a pretext that you're claiming to be the AT&T guy, have someone interact with you and ask you random questions about your pretext. That way you can actually practice your rebuttal in case someone actually really asks you about that question. Like, oh, you really say who you are? Okay, I need to validate that. So yeah, you want to practice. And then once you practice and you have all your gear ready, it's go time. It's breaking in. And we reach the end. So any questions? Oh, that's a lot of questions. Where?
So you said you need your authorization form just in case.
Yeah.
But what if you have a fake authorization form? Does that count as you getting caught, or does the red team still go?
So I wouldn't use a fake authorization form. I definitely wouldn't use that because the authorization form is usually the document that you're actually going to be presenting to your authorities, as in law enforcement authorities, and to them, do not present a fake authorization form. No way. It-
Go ahead. Can you speak to maybe a notable event, or I guess in your history of doing this, maybe something that you always reflect upon as like a successful experience, but almost didn't go that way?
Yes. In a social engineering engagement, we were trying to, this was in when I barely was starting getting my toes into social engineering. It was a supply chain. We copied the logo. So we were able to get into one of the offices. From there, we gather information on who was the MSP of that company. So we gathered information on the logo, on the polo. We made fake polos of that MSP and then went to the other location where we couldn't physically get into. Once we were there, I was trying to social engineer my way in, but my teammate, he was a little bit nervous, had some shades on, and we got caught pretty much because the assistant, she kind of picked up that we were trying to social engineer in, and she actually contacted the CEO, not the CEO, the CTO of her office to validate that we were there supposed to be going in, and yeah, we get caught. So that's why I say social engineering, always practice your rebuttals. You always want to practice.
My question's on dumpster diving. Have you ever used dumpsters to like information about or anything like that? No.
Thank God, no. Surprisingly, the places that would use a lot of paperwork that you would consider dumpster diving, they're very well on top of the whole shredding thing. They're usually, because of what helped them get into the shredding is the whole compliance stuff. So they're usually into shredding. So yeah, no dumpster diving. Thank God.
What's the weirdest security mechanism you come up against?
The weirdest?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the weirdest?
Weirdest
The weirdest what?
security mechanism you've come up against.
The weirdest security mechanism. I don't think I've really encountered any weird one. But weird way that I actually use to target a client, I would say probably when I used a Conditional to hack a client, their wireless assessment, because they were in a building and they were like on the 10th floor or something. It was going to be pretty much impossible to social engineer a way in. So I used a Conditional and I was like across the lake, half a mile away, and I was able to stop their Wi-Fi. Yeah, the Conditional. Like you use a Conditional or Yagi antenna, and you'll get a long range out of them. When I mentioned the Conditional versus the Yagi, I mean, they do the same purpose, but the Conditional is a little bit smaller and a little bit more discreet, depending on the size. You can actually hide it inside of a backpack, and it can go easily unnoticed. If you've seen the Yagi, they're huge. Yes, exactly.
What kinds of backgrounds do you usually see from people getting into physical red teaming?
Some of them, well, actually, quite a large of them have military background. In my case, I don't have any military background whatsoever. I just started off one day as a hobby. I got into lock picking. And then from there, I had a client reach out. It's like, hey, can you break it into these places? I'm like, I can give it a try. And then it just started snowballing from there.
What do you do in the instance where you're caught? Have you ever been able to get out of being caught?
It depends on who you get caught by. If it's employees or regular visitors, try to BS your way out of it. Try to BS your way out of it. If it's law enforcement, usually you want to come clean. But if it's anybody else, then by all means try to sneak your way out of it completely. That's why you always want to carry with you 2 IDs. So you want the fake one that you give in case you want to BS your way out of it, but then you have your real one in case law enforcement shows up.
In your line of work, what's the scariest situation you've ever found yourself in?
Tripping an alarm, which it can happen. Tripping an alarm, definitely. So far, no armed security guards. Before COVID, I was about to do an engagement into a bank in Puerto Rico. And I'm from Dominican Republic, so I know Puerto Rico as well as the Dominican Republic. Like, there's armed security guards, but so far, no armed guards. Yes, this yet.
I don't need the microphone.
Go ahead.
So, let's say you've got the military experience, right?
Yeah.
But the technical side
Yeah.
is weak.
Correct.
Would you still hire somebody like that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because for the technical aspects, like, so ideally you want to be in a team, not just you solo. But like, if you have a bad hacker in part of your team, once you're in, then you connect the plug in the USB malicious device or whatever, and that's it. Get out of there, because you got the hacker then to do everything else. So yeah, you don't necessarily need the technical element all out of it. And by all means, you do not. Social, it's common for like if you want to move it into the social engineer as well. You do not need experience in the whole physical security as well as the technical. If you're able to get your things done by just social engineering and minding everybody, by all means, you can be a social engineer. Usually people with the psychology background, they can get easy into the social engineering aspect.
Hold on, the microphones are for the people on Zoom and streaming, so not for the people in the room. So I'll bring one over to you in a sec.
Are there negative implications for getting caught while like on an operation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? If there,
Like,
you can pull
if there's any negative implications, like if you're working for a red teaming company and you're on a social engineering operation, if you do get caught from the company that you work for, are there any like negative impacts that you experience?
If you do not do your procedures properly, your proper documentation, like for example, breaking into a law firm or a courthouse, you could get caught, and it can, like, you can have a lot of legal implications. Sorry to bring it up. There is the scenario, if you've heard about it on the Darknet Diaries, the guys that got caught on the courthouse from coal fire. Yeah, it can happen. It's not that often, but it can happen. That's why you always want to have your proper documentation and everything clear as water.
But even if it is, law enforcement wants to be a dick, they will be. Jurisdiction.
Any other questions? All right, awesome. Thank you for coming. Just so you know, everybody, you can feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn and social media. I apologize, I already took it down. But the slides, I will be posting them on GitHub in case you want them.
The physical side is the only side that's ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
This helps. This helps the bank, it helps free corporations. Because invariably during the holidays, it shows up at the door, arms frozen with bagels, coffee, and presents. Somebody on the inside will open up that door.
Oh, I would.
Oh my
Any
God,
day,
me
someone
too.
shows up with
That's so
presents.
beautiful.
Especially if you have your arms fully loaded, they're like, okay, let's get that door
He's
for
like,
you.
look at how innocent I look. I would totally open the hospital for you. Like,
went-
come inside, sir.
Hospitals, we're in the US, the whole US hospital.
Have you come in?
Like you can get a nurse outfit.
Oh,
Local
yeah.
supermarket.
I forgot my tag, guys, and they open the door and I look at them like, guys.
I went into corporate structure on a bed with the system. And he ended up buying me one of the most expensive lunches I've ever had in my entire life because I delivered the package that he gave me to the CEO and was escorted up there in full Santa while on the phone. He never said a word. Looked at me, walked into his office, set a small package down, gift, all gift wrap,
Oh my God.
and go ho ho ho, and walked out.
Oh, true. Okay.
So I had a buddy of mine in an engagement that he came up with, he wanted to do a drop game plan in a place we broke it into. So they had it was a place where they had constant meetings throughout the day. So they had, he wanted to do a fake bomb inside the meeting room and leave it under the desk that it would ring the following day whenever they had a meeting and go off and make noises. I'm like, you have no way in how we're doing that.
Oh, God, no.
Fun, but hell no.
But thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
It's very enlightening.
Thank you.
Social back down in Palm Beach. Local or you?
Okay.
Okay. Right on. How long was your drive?
Oh, there's a lot of hack right now.
Yeah.
A lot of self-ported people here.
Yeah.
We have self-ported ISC, it's monthly, more professional than Hackmany, but
Yeah.
same, Hackmany is like.
Fine. Yeah.
There.
Oh, cool. Oh, nice.
SFI.
I think I added, you guys. It's
75.
We'll tell them.
I don't know. It depends on
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all over the place.
Something that is super cool.
You know you're supposed to like
You're gonna pay me back.
First off, I'm formerly Broward County. Never, I mean, whenever I'm working, where I go wherever, what? If I'm trying little artists, I'll.
The bill.
Okay, right on.
Yes, I know.
For 90 days after.
You know, there's a local,
Clients, all that.
when I say local, I mean this minute. There's a hacker group growing over there, hacker community. Yeah, it's called Retina Rebelde. Like their hands with They're team. I'm actually helping them. We're doing a fundraise.
Depends on. No, like,
Let's go.
Stuff like that, you know, that way.
We're trying to find you with a.
Good talk.
Thank you. Thank you for attending.
It's like 2 hours.
For helping out with these as well.
Okay.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, you're.
Following his example.
Yeah, that's my.
That's exactly. Yes, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, really.
Yep. And yeah. But
Yes, sir.
okay. Okay. Right. No, right. 3 years.
Good conduct, but
Right.
just I think.
Yeah, we got. That's all it is.
Yeah, I got too close to the.
Yes.
Think some of these.
I never got.
So I got one for you.
I brought him.
get busted by a security guard, you guys need to print a website with credential harvesting.
Break some stuff.
You print up little cards. You go, oh, hey, good job. We're not really testing on taking stuff out for the employees, but we do have an entry for it. I've done this before. On the DL, because it's based on how many guards catch us doing this because we do have employees. So let's go ahead and enter a raffle for that. And then the guard's not gonna tell the other guards because he doesn't need them getting on the raffle. He's just gonna let you go.
Yeah.
Because you're testing the employee and he's got a little raffle thing, and you just pop his friends.
Just pivot it right there.
Creative.
Yeah, we did that on a
That's this week, right? You know?
We did that. What's funny is, don't go with AT&T, go with subcontractor. Because everything's outsourced. We're in the same place in Texas and we're in the corporate headquarters and basically walked in past the guard with a blank kid card. Their stuff is double-sided. Everything. I walked in just so.
There's a clicker there, but I took it. I didn't know there was. It's even the same brand and everything. That's funny.
And so I'm at the data center. Like, yeah, I need to get let in. I need to get let in. And the guy's like, oh, I can't let you in. I gotta call the data center guy. So he calls the data center guy, no answer. Data center guy can walk in from one of the doors. Oh, what do you get? Oh, it's subcontracting from AT&T.
We found out that.
We've got a device in rack 4 here that's got a thing. So I walked, looked at smoke glass and saw that.
Properly shredded
And it's got a status light on it. And it's like,
Go
oh,
by the nearby dump.
yeah, thanks for that, but I can't let you in. I have to call the telco guy.
Look like.
Telco guys across the county, right? He's calling nothing. He goes, well, I can't let you in.
Yeah, there were a couple times where I was like,
The other door. Hey, I'm an AT&T subcontractor. We've got one of our pieces of equipment in rack number 4 here. It's got a status light on it. The guy goes, oh, finally you guys are working with that.
I had you on.
You had another
Well, you
guy
already
in here.
followed me
Remember I
on
said,
Twitter, but I-
subcontractor, man.
Okay,
I'm
so
here to
that,
do
I'm not,
this.
if there is,
Only
I don't know if
thing
there's
is,
an app
I'm
just
getting
yet,
paid
but once I open the browser, I'll add you back.
Yeah. So that's my POC. If not, I was signed into the book, right?
There's an app.
Eddie Mai, so the one of the artists at DEFCON.
If there's an app, I have to
But yeah,
download
so I
it.
signed it as him,
Good job.
right?
Okay, I'll add you back.
Talking to the guys.
Thank
like,
you.
yeah,
Are you leaving?
info, looking at stuff like that, texting POC, they
Okay.
walked up and they noped
Do you
out,
like my talk?
Amazing.
right?
Post it.
Awesome, thank
Not
you.
coming in, we'll talk later.
Thank you.
Amazing.
So I get done, go back over to the
Thank
facility,
you.
and they're like,
Really,
did
honestly.
you realize who you were talking to? I'm like, no, he goes, that was the head of the data center and the head of the telco. They should have known who was supposed to be here today. So the guy who wrote the policy to come into the data center, to check ID and everything else, the guy who should have known I was there as a telco guy with the arrangements to the telco stuff, should have known I was
See you
there.
guys in a bit.
And if they, if the POC would have walked in, we'd go on the rest of
Of
the week.
course, thank you.
That's great though, because
It's-
honestly, like,
You said it, the head guys too.
Yeah, so the guy who wrote the policy. And then the other guy, yeah.
You probably outsource that.
Yeah, that's right.
You write the policy, yeah, we sign off on it.
So it was a blast.
Is this an excavator?
Possibly the outside, I don't know. If it's not alarmed, then maybe if it's alarmed.
Yep, that's what it says. Big sign on the door, alarm on the side.
Yeah,
Try to find an easy
The
route.
security won't like it.
no, we're on good terms right now with them, but. Oh.
Have the Wi-Fi access for you.
Yeah, I am, yeah. Just trying to get online, yeah. Yep, sounds good, thanks.
Gray bin, right beside your wheelchair. There's a wire mesh holder inside of that gray square thing. Or if you look up on the upper shoulder, that thing, there's a round cylinder. It's kind of stuff. I think the dog got a hold of it too. Just one. Feels like six and something now. Yeah, that's all. I have a mom take that. I got 6:30 in the morning to get up at 5:30. Yeah, 5:06. That's where. And
How's it going? It's good.
I'm hoping these guys hook me up with an internet connection, otherwise the talk's gonna be a bunch of boring slides. So. Yeah, I connected to that, but like I'm not getting any connection out to the net. And when I ping like 8888, it's just dead. It's dropping all the packets.
Yeah, I was seriously like the classes, it kept getting going up and down. Everyone's getting tether. Yeah, we probably have to do it.
Yeah. I like connecting to random hotspots as well. That's why
So, mine's super sick and it's called mini fast. So
yeah, right.
What network are you on?
I tried FS events and also the Bsides one.
Oh, well, round network, you can tether to my phone.
Yeah.
So then you have to answer all of like the questions that I'm getting as president, so. And you've tried rebooting.
Yeah, I actually rebooted my modem 3 times and no.
Sounds like.
So you're trying to connect to your home network or something?
I'm actually trying to connect just out to the internet. I don't know why it's the IP address for.
I wonder why it's not working.
It's not
It's
that,
working
it
for
means
me.
the whole internet.
I'm on.
Recharge of the whole internet.
FS.
Oh, you know, I wonder.
Yeah, I'm on FS events and it's working.
Is the CTF like, I mean, because we're getting this, is that we're getting saturation?
It is possible, but I mean, it is working fine for me.
Okay, yeah.
So FS events is working.
Right, even if I
So there could be something.
let's try.
There's one. You've got this. Get it out of your way.
The ping is not even working.
Yeah, it's quest I'm out.
Yeah, I could try. I don't know who to talk to about networking. Who would I talk to about networking?
Jay.
I tried that and
Let me see.
yeah, it's okay. Oh, here we go. We got something.
There you go.
Good.
Oh, praise be.
Yeah, it's good. We're good.
Awesome.
I didn't have to talk to Jay. Don't do this.
Unexpected error. Okay, well.
I'll wait before it breaks down.
Figure out. What's going on? How you all doing?
We're taking the front row.
Yeah, yes. I'm gonna get heckled, right?
Yes, you are.
Totally.
All right. Or I'm gonna see you all just sitting there looking at your phones, right? Like, this is the most boring talk ever.
Yeah, you better be entertaining.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is there a review sheet? Can we review the speaker after this?
Yeah, you can file a complaint with HR if you don't like it. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that would be kind of fun if we could have my boss and my co-workers get off the campus.
You took your mask off when you're speaking.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, that's right.
You always just sound, the button is just coming out even heavier.
Take the mask off and the accent changes.
Yes. I'm sounding too Londony, but
The guy's either just having drinks or he's got a mask on again.
yes. Are you gonna update your machine?
Yeah, I thought I'd upgrade the version of iOS right iOS right before.
Oh, looks like I can't hold
I remember Peter the back when that was.
Andy, you're recording this, right?
I believe they will be, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then I was like, I'm good.
I think we're good, yeah. I think I'm all set on the internet now as well.
You know, do you want me to give this sort of introduction? This contract.
That's like.
Yeah, sure. I don't. Whatever the protocol is here, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I do that.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're all set.
I'm all set on the water. Yeah, thanks, man. Good.
Like header. I don't know this thing, so it'll be interesting to see how. I assume like if that would cover. But I think this one.
I mean, you're not.
So it's like, you were in or like a digital product. There's like and it can figure out ways, more ways to express
Last month at the. I remember when he was like, "Hey, Kim and I we were there too." They're doing
Samantha, Robin, myself.
So that's what we're doing. You are correct. Established.
Yeah. I guess it's a risky commit, right?
They wanted to decide to get an analysis.
I thought I was in the middle.
Matt and Smith is basically.
Maybe it's my own paradigm.
Let me guess.
It's not.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
you know what? I used some slides to work. Questioning confidential, but I'll make a statement. Don't worry about that.
All right. Sorry, just had to make sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's totally cool, man. I appreciate it.
And so. Whatever.
I'm learning, I'm being here to figure out how to power its Git. I'm just looking at things. I need them to take 20% of their annual license. Thanks to years. And Silo are company.
Some is like, I got the guy was like 24. Some 14. He could have oh.
I think you're required to all max rest for every
I know you do that. They get the books. Phoenix Park, but the DevSecOps.
It's like still on the slides of like Jones man checks there's like word balls and it's like it's like 5 days. It's like instead of 3 paragraphs on the whole slide and I'm also give him a look. I can't even watch. So I'm just on my phone. Since me putting my
We good to go? I believe so. If you are. Yeah, I'm ready when you guys are.
Standard, sorry.
Nope. Go for it.
All right, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. Here we have Andy Dennis. I hope I pronounced your last name right.
Yes.
Cool. He's going to be going over DevSecOps on $8 store budget. So
sounds
thank
great.
you, Andy.
Yeah, good. Excellent. Okay. So thanks for coming. Bsides, folks, for putting the event on. For the Modus team over here who have helped me sponsor the event, get me here. And then everyone from Palm Beach area, DEF CON group who's out there. So thanks for just showing up and supporting me. So my name's Andy Dennis. I'm the VP of Consulting at Modus Create. We're a DC area consulting company that works right across DevOps, software development, cybersecurity, product management, you name it. We probably do a bit of it. I've been in the industry for 20 years now. Started off as a software engineer, did some networking, moved into DevOps, and then into security from there. And this whole talk really is around how you can build your own DevSecOps pipelines with really very little like input when it comes to money. So it's like basically a bit of time, but not a lot in the way of capital. The talk uses a variety of technologies, including GitHub, AWS, Jenkins, and a grab bag of security tools. The security tools are either free or they're open source. So you are more than welcome to go and kick the tires on these after. You can follow along now if you've got your laptops, or you can do it after the talk. Getting Jenkins set up in the AWS environment takes a little bit of time. So trying to follow the talk and do it at the same time might be a stretch, but if you already got Jenkins running, then it's not a problem. All the code is available on GitHub. So you can download it, you can clone it. I'd recommend forking it if you want to make some changes. And then, you can, if you see anything that's missing or you want to recommend some bug fixes, please do, and I'll incorporate them in the code base. You can check out the GitHub repo here. So it's a $store DevSecOps Bsides Orlando 2022. So feel free to take a photo. Okay, so what is DevSecOps? Let's just do a little Q&A session. So how many of you are new to the topic? Okay, so we've got a few folks out there. How many of you are working currently in a DevOps role or a DevSecOps role? Okay, so we've got a few pros out here. And then how many of you are spending a lot of money on commercial tooling? Yeah, most of you, right? So for those of you who are new to the topic, DevSecOps means development security operations. So it combines techniques from across different disciplines. So it could be cloud infrastructure, it could be traditional DevOps, CI/CD pipelines, and then also security operations. It basically puts improving security into the hands of engineers and infrastructure teams. The whole idea is rather than have some group of guys sitting in another room who are going to say yes or no to what you're doing, you put the tools in the hands of the software engineers, and then they can go and write code, scan it, remediate the issues, and really then help to prevent them from going into production in the first place, or even into the development environment. So a little bit of history on the topic, we'll cover that in a moment. But the real question is, why do you care? Because once somebody commits code to your pipeline, all bets are off. If someone pushes a vulnerability in, there's a very good chance if you don't have the tooling in place, it can make it all the way through the various environments and it ends up in production. So that's what we're trying to avoid. There are lots of inexpensive controls, and that will resistance, so it will prevent those tools from making it in. And that starts right from the developer laptop right up to the continuous integration process with the CI/CD. So the history side of things, the origin of the term. So some of you may be familiar with DevOps began as a discipline back in around 2007, 2008. It covered, development and operations. The security portion in DevSecOps really extends those concepts by baking security into the DevOps process. So you're basically integrating security tooling into your DevOps pipelines, but also taking security tooling and integrating it directly into the source code. So some of you are probably familiar with the tools like GitHub and GitLab have or Bitbucket, and we'll cover some of those in a bit. Also, if you're talking about the whole SDLC, we want to take those security controls and try and get them involved earlier in the process. So not have a whole situation where we take the code base and scan it after it's gone into production or it's close to getting into production, but really make sure that the engineers understand what they're doing. And that can include using things like integrations into the IDE or pre-commit hooks even. For those of you who are interested, there's a really good OWASP documentation called the DSOM, which is the maturity model effectively. So you can rank your own organization against these categories and see how well you're doing. And when you find gaps, that then means you can put capital or human resources into fixing it. So we're going to take a quick look at Jenkins. I don't know how many folks out there use Jenkins. So we've got a handful. Okay, cool. So it started as an open source automation server that was originally called Hudson. It got renamed in 2011 due to a bunch of lawsuits, that's my understanding. The purpose of it is to create these CI/CD pipelines to automate builds and then to be able to do things like run automated tests against your code base. So let's say you're running, JavaScript.
Just a request from the chat. If there's any way for you to increase the size of the, we're having a little trouble on stream, I guess.
All right, let me know if that's better.
I will tell you as soon as I know. Thank you.
Perfect. So so the purpose of this is using Jenkins is to create your CI/CD pipelines. You can automate your builds. You can run automated tests. So for example, your unit tests, your smoke tests, your integration tests. And then how does this fit into security? Well, we can use security scanning tools in that pipeline as well. A great feature of Jenkins, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, is declarative pipelines. So we can write a script that basically says, okay, here's all the various steps in our pipeline. We can check that into the source code repository, and then we can point our Jenkins server to that file. And then basically we'll then run those pipeline steps when you commit code and kick it off automatically. So I'm going to switch over to Jenkins now. Let me know if you can all see this. I know the text is quite small. Just a brief run through what we've got here. I've stood up a Jenkins server in AWS. The basic dashboard here just shows the pipeline we've got running. For the demo, and when you take the source code yourself and stand it up, you'll probably want to go into the Manage Jenkins option and install a couple of plugins. So there's a pipeline plugin which you can install, which is used for Docker containers. But just going back to the actual dashboard itself, what we see here is our pipeline which I created. And then when you drill into this, you can see basically all the previous builds I ran. And if we click on, if we go down here, you can see all the various stages. So my CI/CD pipeline checks the source code out, it runs a bunch of scans against it, and each of these tools here that we have listed, I'm going to dig into and explain shortly. When you're using Jenkins, you want to understand what's being generated in terms of results by the tool. So you can go to this console output section. What you'll see here is all of the various scan tools outputs, and I'll go into that in more detail as well. Some tools allow you to generate an XML report, which can then be pushed into Jenkins, and you can then take a look at it in a nice fashion and looking at the console. But really, just to get up and running, the console's pretty good. So, go down to here. What we're going to do is take a look at the source code repo, and I'm going to switch backwards and forwards between Jenkins and GitHub. But to start with, this is an example project. It's divided up into a number of subdirectories effectively. We've got some JavaScript code in here, which Jenkins gets runs against. Some odd files in here, which I'll discuss that when we talk about clock. Packer, if you're not familiar with Packer, you can build an API with Jenkins on and then deploy that in your AWS environment. So that should speed things up for you. There's a PHP directory, which just has an example application, which you can run the pipeline against just to get an idea of the types of scan results you can generate. And then there's some Terraform code. For those of you not familiar, Terraform is an infrastructure as code framework. You can use it to deploy infrastructure in AWS or Azure or GCP and a number of other, I think maybe even Oracle Cloud. I've never tried that. However, we're just going to be using AWS for the demo. When I actually built the Terraform code, I stood this pipeline up locally. I was able to scan the code as I was building out the demo and then deploy it up to AWS and then stand up another server up in the cloud. So if you want to stand it up locally using a Mac, the Jenkins file here contains basically the pipeline that I used to scan the code base as I was building it out. There's a number of configuration files in here, and we'll be digging into each of these. They're linked to the various tools in the pipeline. And then the other thing we'll be sort of wrapping the talk up on is discussion around CodeQL, which is GitHub's static analysis tool that's baked into the SC of it. So you have to run a separate tool. Okay, so we go back to Jenkins now, so we're going to return to Jenkins. My CI/CD pipeline, called Bsides Orlando's 2022, contains a number of steps, and actually to just run it is very simple. You can build it with parameters. So what I've done here is we've got a tool we're going to look at shortly called Checkoff, which is it's a tool owned by Bridge Crew. It's free to use. It does infrastructure as code scanning. You can integrate it directly into your CI/CD pipeline. You're going to need an API key, so you have to go to the Bridge Crew website and sign up for it. Once you've got the API key, you can actually store it in Jenkins and then inject that into the build process, and it will then call the API and generate some scan results for you. So if I hit build, what we're going to see now is we can see over here on the left-hand side, my CI/CD pipeline is building. As I mentioned before, we've got these various steps here. So we've got a code checkout, and then scans, and then we're using a tool here called Clock, which we're going to use to tell us what's in the repository itself. We're going to use Checkoff to scan the Terraform code to see if there's any security issues with it. We're going to use PHP metrics to give us some information around the PHP code base. So if any of you out here are familiar with things like cyclomatic complexity, it'll tell us how complex the code is, and generally then use that to ascertain whether the code base perhaps is turned into spaghetti code, might need a bit of effort in being reworked. We're going to use Tartufo, which is a secret scanning tool. So it'll take a look at the code base and tell you if you've put passwords in. It's built by GoDaddy. It's pretty good. It's a wrapper for Trufflebot. We've got Git Secrets, which is a free tool as well from AWS Labs. And then Heuristic, which I'm going to touch on at the end. This is a fantastic tool. It pulls in tons of containers containing other scanning tools. You can really use it locally if you want to scan a code base and do a very comprehensive static analysis scan. So the first tool I mentioned is Clock. So it stands for C lines of code. You can go download it from the GitHub link here. You can run it in the CI/CD pipeline, or you can run it locally. And it really gives us a very good overview of what's in the repo. So I'm going to show you in a moment. It gives you a list of all the file types it finds within that. It's really also useful for finding the types of files that probably shouldn't be in the SCM but get checked in. So examples of things like Excel files. Certainly, Bill, who's over here, who's our Director of Security, and myself have run security assessments where we've used Clock and found like Excel files and Word files in there buried within the source code repo. And when you dig in and open them up, sometimes people have put like passwords in there. So for just getting kind of an idea of what's in the repo, this tool is fantastic. You can download it locally. There's a containerized version that we created at Modus a couple of years ago because we're using it in the CI/CD pipeline. So if you want to run it in Docker, you can. In this demo repo over here, which I'm going to switch back to, this pod files one. There we go. So I just created a random Excel document, and this is typically the types of things we might see on the ground when we're working with customers. If I go back to my CI/CD pipeline now, which is run, we can see that we executed it against the source code repo. We go to the console outputs, we're going to see what it found. So here we see Clock. It scanned just the PHP directory. However, if I scanned it against the whole of the source code repo, we would see that Excel file would appear in here. And so if you're building a CI/CD pipeline, what you can do is execute this against the source code repo and have a gating mechanism where, if you find certain things, you can find the pipeline. Okay, why is there Excel file? Why is there a zip file or something like that? So this is a great tool. I'd recommend downloading it and giving files on it if you're interested in just getting a handle on what types of files being checked into your SCM. The next tool we will look at is called Checkoff. So this is created by a company called Bridge Crew. You can download it from checkoff.io. It can be installed as a container. It's free to use. If you sign up for a Bridge Crew account, you're going to get like a 14-day free trial as well as some of the features. So if you do have a budget, and I know people are restricting budgets as we sort of move into rocky economic waters, but if you do have a budget, Bridge Crew is a fantastic tool, and it integrates directly as well with GitHub, so you don't even have to use Jenkins to run it. It can just automatically scan on commits to the repo. The Checkoff tool, however, that integrates via an API with Bridge Crew, and you can do all sorts of interesting scans here. So you can do infrastructure as code scans. You can look at things like your Helm charts, your Docker files, anything really that you use to generate your infrastructure and build it out. You can push through this to make sure it's hardened and secure. A nice feature of CheckOps is you can toggle rules on and off. There's a couple of options you can, and I'll show those in a second. You can have a command line option, so you can sort of turn either individual rules or groups of rules off from the command line if it's too noisy, or you can go into the source code itself and create a comment within the source code which will turn that feature off. So if I go back to our source code here, we go back to the Jenkins file, which I'm going to pull up. So this Jenkins file is the one that's running in AWS. And if we go down to the checkoff scan, we've got a few features in here. So that's the API key I mentioned. You want to inject that into the pipeline so you can call the bridge queue through API. So next to this, we've got some feature flags. So skipping a framework, in this case, if I was to disable or remove this flag, it's going to do a software composition analysis on the like Docker files, for example. It's going to tell you, oh, the image you pulled in probably is vulnerable because you've got like a bunch of out-of-date packages in it. So you can switch these, toggle these on and off as you need to. You can also skip individual checks. So if there's one that's particularly noisy or it's turning up a lot of false positives, you can go in here and skip the check. Now that may be one way of doing it. You might not want to go in and start editing this the Docker file because it can get very large. So the other approach you can take to enabling and disabling rules is to actually directly add them to the Terraform file itself. So we go to, I think, app 7. Oh, actually, you know what? Sorry, my bad. So I'm going to go to this network infrastructure. I'm going to go to modules and then the Jenkins server here. Still waiting. There we go. You can see here I've actually added some of these exclusion rules directly into the source code itself, and you can put a comment next to it, like disabling the metadata check is an example, or in this case, like disable EBS optimization. So if you were to remove these, when you run that CI/CD pipeline and you set it up and try it out yourself, you can see it's going to fail because it's getting results back saying, hey, this has been triggered, you need to fix it. So Checkov, as I mentioned, it's free to download. It was run against the Terraform code within this repository as I built them down. So feel free to download it, kick the tires, or if you check out my source code repository, you can use the examples in there and experiment with them. The next tool that we included in the CI/CD pipeline is a tool called PHP metrics. And there's similar tooling for probably every programming language out there. And it generates a list of metrics on the quality of the code base itself. It can be installed in a container. It will generate things like cyclomatic complexity. And then you can go in and say, okay, well, this has a particularly high cyclomatic complexity, which is sort of lots of branching and for loops and similar. So there's a very good chance there might be bugs buried in there, which aren't covered by unit tests. So it's very good for sort of spotting those parts of the code base which need more effort to clean them up. Will also, PHP metric itself will also generate a really nice like report and dashboard. So if you want to do that, you can visualize the results. We take a look back at Jenkins. We go down to the next portion. You can see here, PHP metrics generated the lines of code that are in the code base. They'll tell us, the number of comments in there. It'll give us some really interesting information around the number of classes, methods, interfaces, the complexity of the code base. Generally speaking, I would say if it gets above 10, complexity gets above 10, you probably want to start thinking about refactoring the code. It's going to be different, and engineering teams may set their own sort of tolerance for complexity. But as a general rule, if I see something above 10, that starts to tell me that piece of code is definitely a good spot to go investigate. If you see something like 100, it's probably giant spaghetti go mess. It definitely needs help. It will generate some, average bugs by class and average defects ranking. So you can imagine as the code base grows, then the risk of bugs increases with it. And so it will give that sort of estimation, and then it will give you a list of violations as well. You want to download PHP metrics, it's available as a container, or you can just go clone it straight from GitHub itself, and the links are in here.
Question, how is that different from like SCA then? So it unravels and says, this is too convoluted, calling back and everything like that?
Yeah, so your software composition analysis is going to do things like look at what packages are included in the application. The PHP metrics, something like cyclomatic complexity, is looking at the raw source code itself and saying, okay, within this function, how many like if-else statements do you have? How many for loops do you have? And then based on that, it'll say, you know, this is a fairly complex, because the number of routes that you could possibly take through that function is fairly complex. Of course, as that complexity increases, trying to write unit tests for it also becomes more difficult. So the difference is one scanning, but essentially for like the packages pulled in and the vulnerabilities associated with it. This is looking at the quality of the code.
More like static.
Yeah, it's a static analysis scan of it, and against a set of metrics that you use to say, okay, yeah, this is really complex. You probably want to go in there and redo it. Yeah.
Thank you.
The next tool that we had in our CI/CD pipeline was a tool called Tartufo. And Tartufo is a secret scanning tool. It wraps Trufflehog. You can download it for free. GoDaddy created this. It uses an entry-based mechanism, so it looks for really complex looking strings, which could in theory be private keys, could be passwords, could be API keys. You can configure it using a TOML file, and as an example in the repository, if you're not familiar with TOML, you can go check out this link as well. And the nice thing is you can disable false positives. So within the pipeline that I built, I created a TOML file and then stuck it in the root of the directory, and it gets pulled out during the process. And what I found was it would scan like the README file, and it would come back as the README being like an issue, but of course there's no passwords in the README. So I was able to go in and disable that. And once the Wi-Fi plays nicely, I'll show you an example of the TOML file with it in. We need some music while it loads. There we go. Okay. Well, oh no, did you lose the internet? Please not. Okay. Well, you can see here, I'll try and salvage the talk by just looking at this fantastic console then. You can see here that when we ran Tartufo, we spat out the JSON file with the results in, and then it put them in this particular directory on in the workspace within Jenkins. What I was going to show you was this exclude path portion. Where I've said anything that's a markdown file, just ignore it. Now, in real life, you might not want to do that, because if someone starts sticking passwords in markdown files, you're not going to find them. So you really have to sort of tune these tools. It's not like a case of just like sticking it in and letting it run, because it's either going to be too noisy, but if you overtune it, you might actually start missing like true positives. So you have to kind of experiment with this. But once you get it tuned pretty good, it's excellent for finding things like, as I mentioned, like API keys and similar. Thankfully, my slides are local, so we don't lose those. So the next concept we're going to talk about is something called shifting left. Anyone familiar with the term? Okay, so a few folks out there have heard of it. So yeah, it's about bringing security closer and closer to the developer, and less of having it as a standalone function, which some remote team goes and runs. Key sort of concepts of this are integrating tools into the source code management system. So GitHub has GitHub Advanced Security. That's the commercial GitHub Enterprise Cloud tool. Some of those features are also available for repositories which are public. So either they're open source repos, public licensed applications, but you can basically leverage those toolings for free, which is nice. And you also have the concept of things like pre-commit hooks. So Git secrets, which we'll look at in a moment, you can stand it up locally and it will actually prevent you from committing a secret into the source code repository in the first place, which is really preferable, right? Rather than having to detect it, then remove it, then rotate it, and then 2 weeks later, someone does it again, right? Because that never happens. And then we've got IDE integrations. So the tool HaruSec, which I'm going to show you, that has an IDE integration. Some of Sonar tubes do, like SonarLint. So you can plug them straight in, and then as you're writing code, it's going to start looking at security issues in real time. So I mentioned GetSecrets. This was developed by AWS Labs. You can download that for free as well. It's in the pipeline here, or you can use it as a pre-commit hook. You can run it as a container. It's going to scan for AWS credentials. So let's say you put your API key in there, it will find that. As I mentioned, it can prevent secrets from being cleared. The container, if you want to use it, it's just one that we stood up very quickly, and it's just running on Alpine, so it's very lightweight. I go back to.
Does it only scan for AWS secrets or?
Yeah. So sorry, was the question?
Does it target only AWS?
GCP or?
Yeah.
Does it scan it?
It only scans, as far as I'm aware, unless they've changed, it only scans AWS secrets. Yeah. If you use GitHub Advanced Security, for example, if you pay for licenses of that, it detects AWS, GCP, Azure. And it locks the key as well. It's pretty cool. We go back to our pipeline. I ran GetSecrets here, and it didn't actually find anything, which is fantastic, right? That's what we want. We can see it's installed here. We set it up to scan for the AWS keys, and then nothing. So good, clean result. I find sometimes you don't want to throw too many things in the pipeline, but it may make sense to use perhaps a couple of tools that may have some overlap, just to try and catch things that perhaps edge cases. But I would definitely caution against throwing more and more tools in there, because beyond a certain point, that value decreases. And if you're paying for them, which this talks about not paying for them, then you're spending a lot of money effectively for redundancy. We look at CodeQL. This was a standalone project. I think GitHub bought it a few years ago now. The documentation's here. It's free to use on public accessible repositories. It's included in Advanced Security. It uses a declarative pipeline syntax, very similar to the Groovy code that, if you're familiar with Jenkins file, it uses like a YAML-based syntax for doing the pipelines. And it supports a number of languages. So at the moment, that number of languages is fairly small, but I expect GitHub's roadmap is going to grow over time. But common languages like Python and JavaScript are all supported. So if you're working, in web dev, it's like spot on, it's perfect for. Within the repository itself, let's see if we can get back to it. Still dead in the water here. Yeah, if anyone wants to stop watching Netflix or whatever you're doing out there, so I can get more bandwidth, I'd appreciate it. Okay, so.
Please stop de-authing the speakers.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't know if we're going to get back to GitHub by the end of the talk. So unfortunately, I can't demo that, which is a shame. But we'll come back to that slide if for some reason the internet stays nice and comes back. The next tool I want to talk about is HaruSec. So this is a collection of security tools created by a company called Zup out of Brazil. It can be run locally or via a CI/CD pipeline. It has a Visual Studio integration now, which is kind of nice. You can choose to have a basic feature set, or you can use the expanded feature set, which pulls in other containers to do scans. So if you don't have a certain set of tooling in your pipeline, you can put HaruSec in, and it's kind of like the kitchen sink of tooling. The dashboard it generates is super nice. It can be a bit noisy though. We've found that if you point it at like a repository and run it, you're going to get dozens and dozens of results typically, and some of them are sort of minor. So it takes a lot of practice just to tune out the false positive. Where I find this tool is fantastic, just even outside of the CI/CD context, is for doing security assessments. So if you've got sets of repositories that you suddenly become an owner of, and there isn't a CI/CD process in place, and you want to get a feel for how bad is this? Is there lots of secrets in here? Is there lots of issues which are like, oh, what's top 10 style issues? You can just run HeuSec at the code base. It'll give you, a pretty quick indication if you should be worried about what's in there. We've got it running in CI/CD pipeline, and you can see here it's scanned the code base. So what it's found is quite interesting. So and this is actually an example of a false positive. So it looked at our Jenkins pipeline and said, oh, there's something that looks like an API key. Well, it isn't actually the API key itself. It's just a reference to inject the API key into the CI/CD pipeline. So that's where it can get a little noisy and you have to tune these things out. However, it's going to find other things in the code base which perhaps are issues. So I put in here in the packet.json an example like secrets file. So if you take a look in there, it's going to find that.
Makes a unique hash for each one, so you see how many times it repeats in the code then?
Yes, I believe that's
reference hash.
Yeah, the reference hash here, yeah. We can also see it's going to look at things like the software dependencies. So I'm just going to see if I can find an example here. I'll find one in a moment, but yeah, it'll look at, like, say, your package.json, and it'll tell you if you've got stuff you're pulling in which is out of date. I've actually put in a example of a SQL injection vulnerability here, and it picked that up. So what we've done here is we're just basically taking a query ID from an ID, from a request, injecting it. Of course, you all, I'm sure, are well aware that this is a really bad practice. So if there's things like that in the code base, HeuSec's going to find it, which is great. And then configuration files. If, for example, you had in your config file hard-coded credentials for, say, the database, it's going to detect things like that too. And it's great because it's free. So this pipeline finished successfully. As I say, we can't go back to.
If not, I have a hotspot going. We can use that if you'd like.
Okay. Let's give it a try, sure.
Password is 1234.
Sorry for the technical difficulties.
It's not a demo unless something goes wrong, right?
Of course, I was supposed to say, the demo dogs are looking at you guys, so.
Yeah, we didn't provide any sacrifice today, so you know.
All right, I think we might be good. Let's see. Maybe. Oh, yay! Okay, so let's go back to these I had to skip. So within our .github folder, which is where, if any of you are familiar with GitHub Actions, you would have your actions file. We have essentially a set of files in here under workflows, which would be for things like the GitHub Actions themselves or for like CodeQL. So in this example here, what I've done is I've stood up the CodeQL file. As I mentioned before, it's similar if you're familiar with Jenkins files. You can dump that in, and then if you use the default settings that it generates out of the box, it's going to detect what the main language is in the repository based upon whatever mechanism GitHub uses on the back end. So in this case, we've got JavaScript in here. Now, it actually supports multiple languages. So if you've got a repository that has JavaScript, PHP in there, you can just add to the matrix of languages, and it will run the static analysis scans against all of those languages. As I say, at the moment, I think these are the only ones it supports, but it will definitely grow. If we were to then drill into the actions option, we can see it's running all these scans every time it's kicked off. If it finds an issue, it's going to generate a failure. If it doesn't, then you'll get a job completed. We can see here, analyze JavaScript. In this particular case, it set up the job, it checked out the repository, it initialized CodeQL, which is the static analysis tool. It performed a code QL analysis. So you can see in this dashboard, it will give you all the list of results. Came back, told you some basic metrics about the code base itself. And then once it's done running, it will clean up the job. If it finds an issue, what you can do is go in and say, okay, this is a false positive, or this is actually a problem. The teams we work with will typically have some sort of gating mechanism in place where we can say, like, okay, if it finds a critical issue or high issue, you can't merge the pull request into the main branch of development. But perhaps for minor issues that you're okay with, letting them through. So this is free to use. All you have to do is go to the security tab within the repository, and you're going to see a bunch of options here. And if you select the code scanning one, you can basically add it there. Now, GitHub actually offers a ton of integrations as well. So if you have security tooling already in place, like Sneak or something like that, you can plug it directly into the SCM. I mentioned Bridge Crew, they're another one. So you can even skip the Jenkins step. Although now we're starting to get into the territory where you have to spend money, which is what we're trying to avoid here. Just a few other things in here, if you're interested in it. We can do, if you have GitHub Advanced Security, which we do, you can do the secret scanning. So that would actually do the same as what we were doing with Trufflehog. But as I mentioned, that costs. Security advisory, security policy, private vulnerability reporting. These are all features that are available with GitHub Advanced Security. But things like dependable alerts are available for free as well. So worth enabling some of these things. They can, like most security tools, can get quite noisy. If it's constantly creating pull requests because it found like a package that needs to be upgraded, but certainly doesn't hurt to experiment with them. So, okay. So we're getting close to wrap up. 5 minutes. So, closing statement. So this DevSecOps pipeline can be very easy to build and very cheap. All the source code is here, so please go ahead and use it. And I'm going to continue to commit to the repository to get Windows support in there as well, along with AWS, Linux, and Mac, which is already in there. You can run all this locally. You can run it in the cloud. So really, it's up to you. If you want to experiment with it without spending a single dollar in AWS, you can go ahead and do that. The code base, I would recommend if you're going to do experiments and you want to share any findings back or fixes, just fork the repo, commit the changes to it, create a pull request and open an issue, and I'll go in and take a look and I can urgently fix them. So that brings us to the end of the talk. Once again, thanks to everyone from Bsides, thanks to Bill, Sarah, Jackie, who came down to support me today, anyone from the West Palm area. And I believe there is an area where we can go take questions after in the unconference. So I'll head on over there and we can touch base. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, and this one had
Schedule. Yes. Oh yeah, and by the way, the slides aren't proprietary and confidential. That's just a random sample on them. So yeah, I'll share them. I'll put them in a source code repository. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I'm more than, I'll stick them in there. Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks. The save at the end there. Stuff happens.
All the people. Think you need anything?
No, I think it's good. I think I'll head over to the unconference. Chat with everyone. Cool. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Yeah, so
my rear view.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot. thank you. I think.
Yep.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hopefully, companies might get to do some of the tools.
Yeah, I mean, they're all.
Yeah.
Definitely.
The hardware is getting developed.
Yeah, right. Oh, it's fun. This is broken. Well, whatever. Yeah.
That's what happened.
Cool. Thanks. Right, I'm gonna get my hoodie.
Adam, I'm sitting
Make an exit. That was seventh grade. I got in trouble. That's fun. I told my teacher, I said, "What is that?" Thank you, you too. Nice to meet you.
That excellent. I'm actually fairly interested.
I was like, it can't be. I mean, what were you?
I'm looking at it. I like. I mean, the name I kind of like Cat Fitzgerald's are all like 600 seconds or less. Okay.
Well, I mean, I can use that.
Oh, that's later.
Yeah. Apparently, he's got
basically like a full-time receiver. Yeah, like where they need kind of day where basically constantly gets this help.
Is that terminals? Did you? What's the actual website? All the scrolling mark. You're missing a spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys.
How's that like? Is that like the life?
It is something. I will put it that way. Yeah, like make stuff work.
When you work on most of it, like, was it current event when I made the challenge?
We're directly with Sam Anthony Yard. Make sure everything's working. At full facility, it's down, like monitoring all that stuff. It's interesting. The team's fleshed out way more now. Got a bunch of different people. Like lots of team. It's been a while. Everything's very defensive. DMS is key. Yeah, you learn really quickly.
Oh, yes, he certainly knows, he certainly knows. So it's. Oh, the amount of words that I have said about certain sports. The culmination of the I would do the same. See all good.
Hey, Michael? Hey, how's it going?
What's your name?
Austin. Yeah, you're
Austin's my middle name, so I remember that.
okay, cool. Alright,
So beamed up.
what type of resources do you need?
I'm good on network. I've got my own my hotspot basically set up, so I should be good. Plus, I don't really need that much. I downloaded a copy locally just in case I need to pop that up.
Okay.
Demo wise, I'm doing little handouts.
Oh, cool.
Like a substitute teacher.
All right.
And all I want to do is I think plug this in. And can these act as like a second monitor? Can I basically extend my display?
Yeah, you should be able to.
I extend it. Yeah, I extend it. As long as I can do that, so I can see some of my notes. We should.
Okay.
I truthfully have the IT skills.
Now,
I mean, if I need help.
everyone has their own thing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the only reason I asked about, what you might need is just seems like the network in here is having difficulties.
Yeah.
So,
You mean like network difficulties or something else?
I mean, I haven't done any analysis on it, but it's a hackathon, so.
You haven't done analysis on it?
Yeah, sorry.
What uses that?
Probably.
Try and get that back. Test this out. It works. I think we should be.
All right.
I say we.
Yeah. Do you want any sort of introduction or like?
I think I wrote one. Yeah, that should work.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Other than that, I'll do spiel. I like this just in case.
You need anything else that your water?
Yeah, that's mine. I will test out this mic. You can just tell me how it sounds. And then we'll mic check.
Yeah, actually, let me see if I can pull up.
Big money. Testing, testing, testing. How's it sound from this distance? Is this good?
Good here?
I'm good. I downloaded local copy just in case, but I got my hotspot. I always feel like every talk I've ever done, I always like lean into this and end up doing like this like vampire, like vampiric. I don't even know how to describe like a hunch. Like I'm like Nosferatu.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. So are you local from the area? Travel much?
I'm from Tampa.
Oh, okay. So like,
I think it's like where I am, like really big. Accidents, and I swear I was driving probably 4. But yeah,
no, I think I probably went some of the traffic because I was actually good on my vacation, but I'm not very good at that. No, a little too far into the balance. Yeah. Where'd you end up? That's a good question.
So you drove, so you're from Daytona.
I drove
Driving west?
Yeah. Maybe or something. I don't know. I wasn't using my. Geez. Fun time. But,
But yeah, we've seen the pressure, like I was
better.
Not at him at the bar.
Are you staying here? Did you drive from here?
So like I was very casual.
Oh no, I can't wait.
Like my
Work in security, also a student for
what do you guys do?
You know what John Rose by any chance?
No, off the top of my head.
Just curious.
I'm way better with face. So if I saw him, maybe, but you know.
I know it's big. Like 6,000.
Yeah, I don't know. Basically, you know, work-wise, if I'm not class, I'm probably.
But you're not in class.
Yeah, I think
I get it.
Yeah, so work-wise, I actually work at a small self-defense contractor. Just kind of like but fun stuff on the side, just
like what does that mean?
you know.
No, I don't know. Tell me.
Yeah. I'll just say a lot of my background is about development. But I've slowly been migrating more of evidence.
As a computer, I also target development. So I found out that when people find out that you like doing software development, use that. You become a software developer.
Yeah, it's kind of it happened.
I can help go back to structure that and everything.
One of the guys sent out a card from another random dude.
So how long have you been current company?
Well, yeah, it was 2 years. Like,
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you want me to finish it up, I'll probably stick with this. Otherwise, I'm gonna.
no, that says. That's it. Yeah.
But I think that's why it's signed in all Vegas is new.
Yeah, it just if the audio gets weird. I just figured you could do that. It's okay.
Yeah.
Those work. It's a good visual aid.
Sorry, that's what I got.
It's okay.
But yeah, you know, I think so. More than happy to help.
I'm not 100% sure on the time.
Okay.
The drug folks.
Yeah.
The big drink.
For what it's worth, it's like a 50. Well, we try to be, you know, relatively good. Well, I mean, I'm not a cop, so I don't care.
Yeah.
But.
That's what you're going to say.
Something else to tell you? I don't think I look like a cop, maybe, but.
You'll scream federally.
Okay. Yeah, I don't this. Feel like that would probably. I don't know.
Front row seats for the heckling. Strategic heckling. You could just splash water on me. If you got any tomatoes, you can really keep the video. Tell me to dance.
Can't go to see this. Yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, just for those. I think probably 3 times. Not like it's
Yeah, you can see it. Let me just test this. Testing. Y'all hear me in the back?
Hey everyone. So today we've got Michael Music here. He is a senior red team engineer at a international biopharmaceutical company, manufacturer, sorry. I'm reading off of this so that I don't slip up. Michael is an offensive security engineer at a international biopharmaceutical company, I'm sorry. A USF computer science graduate, an amateur security tool developer, and a Florida man. Michael has spent the majority of his short career in the offensive security space, but has also worked on defensive teams and spent specific time on various threat intelligence and programming projects. So with that, Michael.
So this distance is good. I just want to make sure we have a bad habit of like getting too close and doing like this vampiric, kind of like, I don't know, it's like vampiric mode whenever I'm doing these talks where I bend over, I arch over and start talking. So as long as this is not trying to stay.
This isn't, the mic is not for the blend here, you are being streamed to YouTube.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is not really, gotcha. So anyway.
This is more for the stream. So if anybody asks you a question, you try to repeat everyone here.
Gotcha. Okay, appreciate the call out. A couple things. First off, thanks for joining. Second off, if I'm making mistakes, like Austin said, here I'm from Florida, Macau, Florida. So you know, it's kind of how it goes if you're from there. With that, this is the data exfiltration challenge. It's kind of you can see there. I also call it pragmatically preventing PII poaching. A little bit of alliteration, but really the point of this is to talk about how you know, people can, how y'all, anybody watching can attempt to prevent data exfiltration in a realistic, pragmatic I want to say intelligent, maybe cost-effective manner. And this all is kind of a culmination of experiences I've had talking to people that work in like PLP, data loss, better threat, things like that over the years of doing red teaming and doing like exfiltration focused assessments. So with that, I'll talk about what we're going to talk about, which is the agenda here. First, I'll do another little brief intro about myself. We'll go into the challenges that face defenders whenever they're trying to stop data exfiltration. I'll also talk about common data exfiltration methods. I'll include a couple like really simple examples, and I'm not going to get deep into the technical details of the actual methods for doing data exfiltration, because quite frankly, unless you're facing like a really advanced adversary, they're not that crazy. The adversaries you're going to be facing that are going to be stealing your data are folks that honestly don't even know they're stealing your data. So that's kind of how I'm gonna look at the examples here. For all the examples, I'm going to talk about prevention and detection to a degree. I'm really just going to give the top 3 highlights, in my opinion, on preventing and detecting them. And actually, luckily, it's not just my opinion. I've kind of pulled some people I know that work in the field that aren't red teamers, that are more on the defensive side. So I'm not being too biased. I hope that comes in handy to y'all. And then lastly, 2 things. One, testing, because that's really what I do. All the exfiltration tests I've done from like a red team perspective, I think I've got a little bit of insight in it. And then lastly, I'll talk about the actual challenge, which is actually a little board game. So I've got takeaways here. Whenever you're done, you can come up and grab a little fun board game to play with your teammates. So that's kind of what we're going to go through. So just to introduce myself again, my name is Michael Music. I'm a red team engineer working offensive security, but also I just, quite frankly, I do whatever I can for my security team at the biopharmaceutical manufacturer I work for. If you do a little bit of boasting, I'm sure you can find out who I work for. I just don't want to blast it to the whole world. I've worked in all kinds of different things. I've done software development. I've done DevOps type stuff. I've done detection engineering stuff, as well as predominantly red teaming, so offensive oriented things. I got my comp sci degree from USF. I'm slowly but surely pursuing my graduate degree in cybersecurity from Georgia Tech. And I'm generally a student and lifetime learner. I just like to keep learning things. And also it's kind of, I feel like that goes without saying in this field, you have to really go towards continuously learn. Or else you're just gonna get left in the dust. I've got a couple certifications, the now defunct OSCE. I'll be working towards a few more eventually once I find the time to do that. And generally my interests are C2 malware development and analysis, detection, signaturing, tool development is probably my biggest thing right now, as well as a little bit of threat intelligence work here and there. If you're interested in any of this stuff, you can always talk to me about it. I know a little bit. And really, by the way, this stuff kind of describes what I do on a daily basis. You probably could throw on like penetration testing and most report writing, but generally speaking, I'm fortunate enough to be able to do the things that I really enjoy pretty much daily. Really blessed. Hashtag blessed. So I've said the word exfiltration a few times. I'm going to say it a lot more throughout this presentation. So I just want to get the definition nailed down. This is actually one of the last slides I added to this because I was worried. I didn't really think about it as an afterthought rather than as an afterthought. And then I was a little bit worried that exfiltration was going to be like a very complex definition as it pertains to cybersecurity. It's really not. So I just quickly, did a Google search and came up with the first 3 definitions, one of which came from Wikipedia, another one came from Digital Guardian, that is, and then another one came from Ecopedia, which is clearly the most reliable source for this type of stuff. And they all basically said the exact same thing. And really what data exfiltration means as it pertains to security is unauthorized data transfer. Simple enough. When I talk about it, that's what I'm going to be referring to, whether it's somebody with a USB drive who's just doing their day-to-day job to like an actual like advanced persistent threat, trying to like legitimately steal your data and bypass your controls. To me, to you, to your CISO, to your CEO, to all your GRC people, whatnot, it's going to be the same thing, no matter who's doing it. And with that, I'll get into the actual presentation, which is starting off to talk about the challenges. And really, I want to talk about why I'm talking about data exfiltration. Really, because it's one of the more complex problems that I run into. I've done a lot of penetration testing. I've done, just really basic things, more advanced things, red team campaigns, purple team campaigns, all kinds of stuff. But I've done what I'll call like a typical exfiltration test at a lot of different organizations, really big places, really small places, kind of doing it from almost like a contractor perspective to, right now I'm basically only doing red teaming for my organization. And I swear it's always the same thing. And really what it boils down to is that everybody kind of sucks at DLP. They're not the best at stopping data exfiltration, using afterthought. It's a general theme I've seen. And so I wanted to, take the time to talk about the challenges that and why that seems to be the case. So there's kind of 4 big things I've nailed down. This is not everything. These are just the 4 big problems I see. One is around detection. So data exfiltration, trying to detect data exfiltration, the traffic that the data is basically hiding in is very high volume. It's also very computational taxing, especially when it comes from like a DLP tool or something where you're actually looking at all the data. It's like computationally expensive to do. It's costly to implement, mostly because of those top 2 things. So also, depending on the size of the organization, you may have like a weird network topology where you have to place, or even standard network topology where you have to place these like sensors across the network in order to actually detect this kind of activity. So that's just expensive, just by its very nature. And also, this is a really big one. The last 2 are actually bigger than you think. This one's around the lack of data classification. So you need a machine to be able to identify the data you're actually looking to detect. And generally speaking, by the time a business has enough money to implement DLP, like good data loss protection type stuff, whether it be like IDS, whether it be something at the endpoint level, network level, they probably are so far into their business that they did not think to classify all their data appropriately. So how the heck are they going to find the data? They're probably going to rely on keyword searches and things like that. They're not very reliable. And then the last thing here is blocking. Like it's very easy to say, well, oh, I should block, all these guys from doing Gmail because people keep shooting out all my, all my sensitive data in Gmail. Not so simple whenever you, do that, block Gmail, and the next thing you know, your CEO is like firing people because you can't send out an email. Blocking is not easy. Everybody I talk to, they have an issue blocking, and sometimes it's not easy at an actual like technical level. It is difficult sometimes to block certain type of traffic, regardless of the politics of the business. And again, it causes issues with business flow. The second part here is analysis. So it's very time consuming, SAC, high volume. It is difficult to sit there, and it takes a lot of time to sit through all the bad things people are doing. It's grueling at times. Like sometimes the work can be very boring. I don't know. Does anybody here look at DLP tools regularly? How would you describe that?
It's just fun. It's a blast.
It's a riveting time. Like really, at the end of the day, to be the guy, I'm not the guy managing DLP tools. I've been in them, I've seen the traffic, but at the end of the day, from what I've heard, it's not always fun. It's not always fun to actually look at all the traffic. B, like it's not fun to say, hey man, you really got to stop sending out this, personal information from your work laptop. You really got to stop doing it. It's not a fun conversation to have a lot of times. So.
They took my shoelaces away.
Yeah. And then actioning can be a challenge, like from an HR perspective, from a legal perspective. Sometimes you really don't have a policy. If you don't have a policy, like it's hard to action these things. It's hard. You have to go through HR conversations. You have to go through legal conversations. You have to make sure what you're doing is actually that the individual's consenting to it. Like that. It's way beyond just the technical stuff that you as a defender may think about. Just make sure I'm hitting all the things here. And a lot of things about the analysis and the actions that a lot of times they're not malicious. Like these people are not actually trying to do things that are bad. They don't have a malicious intention. What they're doing is wrong. The action is difficult. Tool bloat. This is the big one here. I was going to joke at the point of this talk is to get y'all to reconsider buying that DLP tool that your CISO got sold on because of this tool bloat problem. But maybe that joke hits a little too deep considering the budgets that we're all. So there's a lot of tools that can do this kind of stuff, or in some degree help with this issue. You have DLP, you have firewalls, you have IDS, IPS, you have CASB, you have like EDR, you have all kinds of things that can help with this stuff. What do you choose? How do you actually do it? You have network versus host level tools. You have a misunderstanding of capabilities. Like how often do you get sold a tool and you deploy the tool and it's just not doing what you were told it was going to do? It happens a lot. And then the last part here is, this is my main focus. This is really more blue team talk, but from red team side testing. Techniques are complex, although I did say they were easy, so I'm kind of contradicting myself in a way. But some techniques are very complex. Tooling is very sparse, and the environment is always evolving. So, you may test from one area and you may detect it. You may detect the exfiltration, but you may test another area of your environment that just got spun up and the tool's not detecting the stuff now. Big problem. So testing is difficult. Okay, so pardon me if I'm drinking some water. So notes from the analyst. As I go through this, I want to include these types of notes from people who actually work directly in this stuff because I don't directly work in it. I have experience, but I'm not the absolute expert. So I actually pulled a bunch of people to talk to kind of get opinions on these types of things here. I'm gonna keep looking this way, so I'm talking to the mic. Sorry if I'm giving y'all the love and y'all know well. Notes from the analyst. So the first thing is I sent them a bunch of questions to do a little vibe check on them. So the first thing is, what are the biggest challenges you face with respect to prevention detection of data loss? So a couple common themes here is really the business doesn't care about their data that much, or they don't know to care about their data. And they don't know where their data is stored. And quite frankly, people are just too busy. It's just a difficult problem. It takes a lot of time. Our policies, these are direct quotes. By the way, thank you to everybody that I work with. Y'all know who you are. Really appreciate your input. Our policies don't enable us to stop it. Like you may not actually have the policy, like I talked about, to enable you to action this type of stuff. And also, people believe their work PC is available for 100% personal use, which always leads to really interesting traffic analysis. The question here is, do you feel that the existing DLP tools are adequate for preventing data loss? Personally, I have strong opinions on this. Their professional opinion, more professional than mine, is that it can be if the policies in place are referenced and the DLP is actually set up the block. So take that for what it's worth. So I want to talk about exfiltration methods. How will attackers steal my data? Attacker is kind of a broad term, and how can we defend against them? So talking to people, brainstorming from what I know and how I've done exfiltration in the past in some campaigns, I came up with the 4 most common areas for data exfiltration in order, ranked from 1 to 4, 1 being most common, 4 being, less common. There's of course more than just this. Number 1 is web, cloud storage and custom protocols. And when I say custom protocols, I'm talking about tools that are made just for stealing data. And I'm also talking about command and control traffic, right? Like a lot of times you get somebody advanced in your environment, they're probably just going to send the data out really slowly through the C2 channel. So that's probably going to be what I would consider a custom protocol. Then you got comms protocols, stuff like, your mail, webmail, SMTP, like whatever. Chat application, really common one. Chat applications, people just talking, whether they intentionally steal data or not. They're talking, they're sending out things that they didn't, intend to send out. I also include, XMPP, IRC. I figure like Jabber and just other chat communication protocols. I don't think very many people other than us weirdos are using IRC nowadays. And 3, USB, really simple one. Like it kind of is visually unaesthetic and unappealing just to have USB there. I know that, but it's a common way to steal data. File transfer protocols, so things like FTP, SFTP, SMB, WebDAV, things made for transferring files. Obviously, a common way for people to steal data. I also got this from some data I found on the internet, but I was honestly at this point, sometimes I Google cybersecurity data and I can't tell if it's legitimate research or just a marketing ploy. So take that for what it's worth. So I'm kind of going to go through each one of those one by one, give a couple examples, talk about the challenges, talk about why it's such a problem. And I'm going to start from the bottom up from the previous list. And these are really examples just off the top of my head. These are not exhaustive. These graphics are just for having something on the screen. They're not like the best examples. So first off, file transfer protocols. It's not the most common technique because quite frankly, your average everyday user is the real threat here. And they're not really doing a lot of this stuff unless it's really part of unless you're like a very specific business where you're doing this kind of stuff. This is mostly going to be administrators, people who are slightly technical, things like that. So things like, uploading a file via FTP, using FileZilla that's just sitting right there on the computer, or using some other common file transfer client. SCP, something that an admin's going to be doing pretty often, SSHing around, transferring data that way. And then SMB, a little bit less common, but you got network shares. Maybe you have some network share outside of the organization, drag and drop a file too, and boom, next thing you know, it's gone. And the thing to keep in mind with exfiltration is once the cat's out of the bag, it's not going back in the bag, basically. Like that data's gone, your policies are broken. It's a problem, right? That data is now out there, and who knows who could act. Actually, I read an article, I think like 2 days ago, about how somebody had sent out, it was like from some Arkansas governmental body where somebody had sent out a piece of data in an Excel file via their their personal email address and their personal email, I think, got compromised or something, and that data got compromised. So the point I'm trying to make is once the data's out of your organization, you really don't know what could happen to it. So with each of these, I want to talk about the challenges, why this specific type of data transfer is a problem. For this one, a big thing here is that it's used commonly for administrative uses, right? So a lot of people, you have to require your admins to be able to SSH to outbound servers. Plenty of ways to prevent that. We'll talk about that, but generally speaking, that's going to be allowed in your network, and those guys are going to be able to exfiltrate data. It's going to be difficult to stop that. A lot of encryption here. It's pretty uncommon to be using unencrypted protocols to transfer data at this point, since we now live in whatever year we live in, 2022. So I lose track of time since the last few years. I don't know what it is, I forget what year it is. Also, non-IT business uses. Like a lot of businesses, they still, like core businesses, use FTP, SFTP, SCP to transfer data between businesses. They have automated systems for doing this. So this stuff's still commonly used. In a lot of cases, it's a non-IT individual that is basically using these systems, right? Maybe you have some type of financial data that needs to be transferred from a third-party organization to your organization, vice versa. The people doing these transfers, like they're not actually IT folks. So you as an IT person coming to your business and saying, hey, we really need to rethink this when your entire business process depends upon that. Not the easiest conversation to have. And then the last thing here is around clients. There's a lot of clients. You probably have something installed on every single computer that can do some type of legitimate file transfer protocol exfiltration. So it's very easy to do. If you're running Linux, there's so many tools. You're using Windows, you can just go to an external server. It's basically child's play. Basically, the point that's that it's low skill, low level effort to transfer the data. So detection and prevention. Couple things here, just hitting some the heavy hitters here. I'm trying to read this sideways. Let's see if I can expand it real quick. There we go. Much better. 3 things here: firewall rules, application blacklisting and whitelisting, and SIM rules for common ports and applications. So the first thing here is firewall rules. So if you can, rather than buying the new flavor of the month tool, always focus. The big thing I want you to get out of this is always focus on using what you have. There are so many tools that exist that are probably already in your environment and that your employees already have the skill set for. You don't need to go out and buy a new tool for most of the stuff. Stop a lot. To make the most progress, you probably don't need to buy anything. Start with firewall rules. I'm sure you have firewalls. Block common file transfer ports and protocols. Create exception processes for people who want these unblocked, and although people probably won't follow them. And then audit your firewalls regularly. Do firewall rule audits. That could cut out a lot of this stuff. Of course, you're going to need business justification for that. Application blacklisting and whitelisting. So this is really around the actual tools used to transfer them. So implement an application whitelisting or blacklisting policy to prevent people from using FileZilla or using the portable MOBA extern version, which I definitely don't use. Yeah. Things like that, like getting your portable PuTTY version and stuff like that. If you can block that kind of stuff, it'll prevent most people from using those tools. Of course, you have more advanced people that might use them, but those more advanced people, they're going to be doing other things that you're never going to detect anyway, probably. Let's be real. The last thing here is around SIM rules for the common ports and applications. So if you can't block, you can't like prevent people from doing this stuff, you can try to detect it. So use your SIM, use your firewall logs, use your NetFlow data, whatever kind of data you have at the network level to search for outbound allows and denies for like common file transfer ports and protocols, depending on the type of firewall you have, to actually take action on those individuals. So do like a benchmark, do a little baseline recording across your environment, see who's transferring. Maybe you'll see a bunch of admins using FTP, maybe you'll see a bunch of developers using SSH, things like that. Try and catalog these and then trying to look for anomalies, things like that. You gotta work with what you got, basically. I'm all about the best bang for your buck security. I talk about that for a lot. On the red teaming side, I feel like oftentimes you'll see flashy security things being done in the environment that may not add the most value. This stuff adds value. Your red team doing exfiltration testing and testing these things after you implemented them, it adds a lot of value. It's not that flashy. This stuff is not that difficult. This technology has been around for a long time. It's not flavor of the month cool stuff, but it works. So that's, in my opinion, that's how I like to approach it. USB. I didn't have any graphics. The only thing I could think of was like taking a picture, like plugging USB in and out. But this was funnier and more, interesting at least. So, there's a couple of types of people that are going to be exfiltrating with USB. The number one is not going to be the dude on the left. It's going to be, the woman on the right there. This is a very common mechanism for transferring data because it's readily available vector. Most people have USB drives sitting around. Whenever somebody that they're talking to, whether it's like a vendor or it's a coworker, or they just want to take a file home to work on it for the night, they've got a USB drive, they plug it in, they transfer the data, everything's hunky-dory, you're good. Not really, that's not good. This is getting into the more common territory as well. We're kind of moving up that list. So what are the big challenges? Once again, readily available attack vector. It's difficult to monitor without the right tooling. If you have Windows boxes, you have an AD environment, it actually is kind of easy to monitor. But aside from that, you really need like an EDR, like a host level DLP tool or something that, something that can monitor this stuff, pretty closely. The last thing here is that there's endless use cases for actually having USB drives. So whenever you go up whenever you go to your business and you say, hey, everybody, we really need to block USB drives, you're going to get attacked from every angle. This is not just admins using it. This is not just, the business guys using it. This is not just your executives using it. Like seriously, everybody's using USB drives. So it's just difficult to block. That's the big challenge here. Yeah, I'm trying to be realistic. I'm not trying to beat around the bush and do flashy things. That's the problem. So anyways, USB detection information for USB data exfiltration, that is. This mostly revolves around protection. And oddly enough, I've seen this done pretty well, generally speaking, everywhere I've done this test. A lot of people don't have USB blocked because it's hard from a business level. But the people that do have it blocked in some way, it usually works pretty well. I don't really have anything but personal anecdotes for that. The examples I've seen for USB blocking always kind of revolves around EDR, some DLP tool. Let me see what I have here. So basically using an EDR tool to restrict USB uses across specific groups and to create exception processes for whenever people need exceptions to actually get USBs. Like if you have business guys who are on the field, they might actually need to have a physical USB, and there should be an exception process for people like that. So that's usually the first part that I see it, USB being blocked at that works pretty well. Like I've seen a couple EDRs at this point that can block USB. Two is native Windows configuration. It's a GPO. You can restrict USB uses across the domain as like a native, basically as like a native functionality within Windows. And the last thing is data loss prevention tools, post-level tools. It's rare you'll hear me say DLP is useful, but in this case, it actually does work. It is useful at the host level for blocking and restricting USB drives. And just off the top of my head, a couple ways I've seen this done that works really well is one, just complete denial of USB with some type of exception process for individuals that really need it. I've also seen things like where you connect your device and then you like transfer a file and then you remove it. The file's now encrypted. So whenever you plug it back into the corporate device, it's still unencrypted, but anywhere else it's encrypted and it's pretty legit. It works pretty well. And I've also seen just like alerting where, I've seen this, I think at an EDR level where you can just see when people plug in devices and transfer certain types of files, you can maybe alert based on file names, file types, file sizes. So there's a lot of different options you can do for prediction and detection with USBs. And once again, on my notes here, it's such a big thing. This is one of the areas where I've seen so on to communication protocols. So when I say comms protocols, I'm really talking about like webmail, web chat applications, IRC, Jabber, Teams, Twitter, like social media too. Okay, kind of include that as last minute thing. Probably should be its own little category within here, social media, but I just kind of threw it in the web chat app. People talk to each other and they talk outside their organization and they're sending data in and out of their organization. It's difficult to block. There's a lot of use cases when it comes to these chat applications. You could be, maybe you want people to be able to use social media because you just don't want your employees to stop, basically. You obviously need to use Microsoft Teams if you use Teams to chat internally, but also to chat sometimes with external vendors. You need to use things like Zoom and all the different conferencing alternatives in order to talk to external vendors, to talk to third parties, to talk to customers. You can send data that way. I'll kind of throw that in the web chat app category. It's also a lot of this stuff in order to prevent it is categorization based, which is not always the easiest thing to do from like a web proxy or a DNS, like a DNS security tool like Umbrella or something. Categorization is not always totally on point. It's also very, very high volume. So, you know, all your mail traffic, all of your web traffic, like webmail traffic is just going to fall under all the other HTTP traffic. It's hard to isolate it. So it's super high volume. IRC, not so much, but all the other stuff is high volume. And it's difficult to block. So common themes across a few of these. So what can we do about this as defenders? We can start with web proxy rules. Basically, restrict the uses of unapproved webmail and web chat applications. This is a political problem, but it does work. If you look in your DLP logs and you haven't restricted anything yet, you're probably going to see everybody and their mother using Gmail, everybody using Yahoo. Is there really a business justification for people to be using their personal Yahoo? Probably not. You actually probably can make some progress with that, and you can probably do blocking and whatnot based on web proxy rules. This next one's also about web proxy rules, but more of the detection side. So basically, performing categorization-based analysis and detections for like large data transfers. If you can't do any blocking, like I said earlier, look at your web proxy logs, do a baseline, do like a little benchmark across your entire org, see where people are typically sending data, what kind of data they're typically sending. Look at data transfer sizes, you can like isolate file names, type of data, things like that, and do some alerting and maybe start to take action on that and cut those down. Last year is firewall rules. Set firewall rules to drop traffic to common unapproved comms protocols and develop an exception request process very similar. Once again, the point I'm trying to make is that you can make a lot of progress using the same stuff you're already probably doing in your organization. So if I sound like a broken record, there's a reason to that. So we'll move on to web. The previous stuff, a lot of it was web-based. It's like HTTP or HTTPS-based stuff. But I wanted to specifically talk about cloud storage and custom protocols because custom protocols, oddly enough, is not the most common thing, but it's definitely one of the hardest to detect and prevent. Cloud storage, it's up there with webmail as one of the most common ways people are stealing data. Every single analyst I talk to, that's the number one thing, number one problem they have is cloud storage or webmail. Big problems here, once again, it's high volume. And that's a kind of a big problem for actually detecting C2. You can use things like domain categorization. You can look for very periodic like beaconing back to odd domains. You can look for indicators of like different indicators in the return responses and the responses from these servers, whatnot, to find C2. But at the end of the day, that stuff's all hidden within an absolute mass of web traffic. So it's just very, very high volume. It's costly to detect. It's costly to analyze. Once again, difficult to block. Usually political reasons. Sometimes it's technically difficult to block. And then kind of getting into the difficult like APT group type stuff. So I just put Cobalt Strike and PowerShell and Fire up here. There's all kinds of C2 nowadays that are like really bumping, that are really great stuff and have valuable command and control profiles, different ways for you to embed your data within a very obscure like custom protocol almost. That stuff usually has some type of obscure encryption or encoding that makes it difficult to find in general. It makes it difficult to analyze. So even if you find some of this traffic sometimes, if somebody's really knows what they're doing, or even honestly, if somebody's even a novice and they can hide their data pretty well. And then last thing here, when it comes to data exfiltration using custom protocols, is the low and slow aspect of this. A lot of times you're facing an adversary, they're not just trying to blast their data out. They're being real slow about it. And it's just hard to detect in general. That's just based on the nature of how slow it is. You're lost in the static. Usually there's some type of jitters, not much of like an actual beaconing that you can identify. So that's just the reality of it. Adversaries are just difficult to detect at the network level sometimes. So it's getting better. So detection and prevention. Web proxy rules. Restrict uses of unapproved cloud storage applications. Simple enough. Look at Dropbox, like box.com, look at Google Drive, look at all the other alternatives, do a little categorization of all these things, go to your web proxy and deny them if you can. Then look at DNS and web proxy categorizations. This is simple, like really simple here is, block malicious, parked, uncategorized, phishing domains, anything that for your specific web proxy categorization like this, you can list all the categories, or if you talk to your vendor and get what they recommend you block, make sure that stuff's blocked. This may be a testament to my skills as a red teamer, but I have been blocked. I have had domains, whether it be like 50 domains, our hosting, where it looks like it's got a good categorization by this one provider, but I make one mistake. And then next thing I know, it's maliciously categorized, and I try to, use that domain for like one piece of C2 here, and then I launch the malware again here because that classification changed in this part of the network. It's now blocked. It works. So make sure your web proxy, your DNS controls, anything that does domain or URL categorization is like blocking, it should be blocking. So true up on that stuff. And then the next thing here is EDR, really useful stuff. Ensure your EDR is well configured, tested, and deployed across the entire environment. This is mostly about detecting those custom protocols. A lot of EDR tools, they can detect a lot of things. First off, they can detect advanced malware. Sounds crazy, but from a red team side, I've written malware. I've written malware that's never been seen. I've written malware that gets by the EDR for a little bit, and then eventually I do something stupid, and next thing I know, it's totally blacklisted and it's never running anywhere again. It happens all the time. These tools are getting better. Make sure your EDR is deployed, because rather than trying to stop the stuff at a network level and stop the exfiltration there, a lot of times you can stop the malware at this level, and that's a much better way to do it. Second thing to talk about on that front is I see a lot of EDR tools that can do things like look for anomalous DNS requests, like, really big text record requests, a lot of rapid, weird, a record requests, things like that. They're getting better at that kind of stuff. So make sure these host level tools are deployed across your environment, like your entire environment, critical systems, whole system, no matter what, make sure they're deployed, because it's one of the better ways outside of like a web proxy to actually catch this stuff. For a long time. So more notes from the analysts, more questions for these guys, and more gals, and more answers. So what type of actors are primarily stealing your data? Is it this kind of guy, this kind of guy? First, the thing is here is people just wanting to do their job as simply as possible. It's people who aren't malicious. They're really just trying to get their job done, and they're just trying to live their lives and get home to their husbands and wives at night. People believe that they own the data they create as well. They think they they're typing on their work computer and they're entering data into Excel and then sending that to a personal email account. They think it's their data. And then the second one here is interesting. It's just a snippet from the response, but it was about departing employees. Obviously, that's a stereotype. People are always like, oh well, this guy's leaving. He's going to take all the data. It actually happens. These people genuinely think they're going to leave your company, and they're going to get away with stealing all the data. And they do a lot of times because they haven't done most of the stuff we're talking about. So look for departing employees. So what do you think here is best? Bang for your buck, ways to stop the data. What's the best thing you could do in your opinion? This is me talking to these analysts and engineers. SMTP block the firewall. Web proxy to block Google Drive and webmail. So I kind of mentioned they were big fans of that. And then this was an interesting one. It was to change the culture to focus more on work PCs are for work. So this one was really about less the technical side of things, more about transmitting the message across your organization to not use your computer for, I don't even want to say, but just like weird personal stuff. Just try not to use your work computer for that. So sometimes it's not always about technical control. Sometimes it's about policies and user education, basically. So the next thing I want to talk about is testing, a small portion of this, but it's the area where I have the most expertise. So I want to talk about why, what, and how. So why test? You need to understand your baseline from a data loss perspective, from an exfiltration perspective. That word's used a lot. I try to shy away from it, but understand your baseline. You need to also confirm your tooling efficacy. If you're not testing your EDR, you're not testing your firewalls, you're not testing your DLP tools, you're probably in for some bad stuff whenever an actual incident occurs, or somebody actually steals your data. You're probably not going to know how to respond, or even the tools probably aren't working how they should be. You need to test your detections, your detection logic within your SIEM. You need to test your response. Like, how does it look from a legal perspective, from an HR perspective, whenever somebody actually does exfiltrate data? You have to exercise these things. Once again, your environment's dynamic, so you have to be consistently testing different areas of your environment to ensure that the tooling is appropriate. What do we need to be testing? We need to be focused on common use cases. So what are your users actually doing? This changes depending on the vertical that your organization is working in. So are people transferring business data over over Teams commonly? Are people transferring business data exclusively over email? Is this data encrypted? Do you have some special portal used to transfer data? How are people doing things in your environment? You have to understand that, and you have to model the threat appropriately. I just had that there, tailor your vertical, and then, just keep it simple. Don't try and focus too much on flavor of the month, fancy schmancy tools, fancy red team campaigns, full attack lifecycle type stuff. If you have a problem with data theft, just test data theft. Get a red teamer or a pen tester or somebody who has a little bit of offensive experience or somebody in the security department to sit at a computer on your network's organization and just test basic things that everybody's doing and see what you see. It's that simple. And how? Develop a test plan with scoring metrics so you can actually track what you're succeeding at, what you're failing at. Start simple. Use everyday tools. You don't need to be an expert and download a bunch of offensive tools from GitHub or write your own. And begin to automate as you get more advanced and deeper into this process. Use open source tools where you can, and take the challenge, which I'll talk about here in just a minute. I've got some tools listed here in some websites. I've got the data exfiltration toolkit, super useful. I think I've used every single one here to some degree. DNS exfiltrators was pretty good. Go exfiltrate's one that I'm currently working on. It's it's not going that well, but you can keep an eye on that GitHub repo. PyExfil, and then DLP test is just a simple website for downloading sample data to test mock sample data. Although I haven't confirmed it's mocked, maybe it's not. And you can also do some very simple upload tests for HTTP forms. Just like some quick resources. So what is the challenge? The data exfiltration challenge. It's really just an easy, simple way to test out your defenses against common tactics. I developed a little pseudo board game type deal. And it's not the best of my graphic design skills, but the idea is to advance from USB Eugene to APT Atom in complexity when moving through the DLP test. It's basically a DLP test plan that I developed that's a little bit more fun to follow than just running a binary on your computer testing or looking at a spreadsheet. So the idea here is to ensure that you can catch the basics before you move forward down. You can use some of the tools I mentioned earlier, just Google data exfiltration tools, or you can see a lot of this stuff can be done without any special tooling. USBs, different mail applications, cloud storage. Everybody knows how to do these things. The people stealing your data most certainly do. And so I've got I got like 20 or so copies of these. If you want to come up front and grab one after the talk, feel free. If not, I'll list these on a GitHub repo that I have linked later in the slides. And it's got rules in the back. So if you just look at it and don't know what to do, there's a rule section on the back of this that'll also be posted alongside this being for GitHub. It's the typical 8x11, US size paper. So just print it out and, maybe every day, once you get approval to do so, kind of walk through it, test out different vectors and move along the attack chain so you can detect more advanced stuff. So we got a couple minutes. Let's talk about, the data exfiltration challenge and its conclusions. First thing here to talk about is that data exfil is challenging. It's high volume. It's computationally taxing. There's a lot of tool options for people to use it to exfiltrate data. Really, tools that people use in their everyday basis they're commonly used for stealing data. There's valid use cases for almost every single exfiltration technique. So at a business level, at a political level, people develop processes and policies to prevent this stuff. Technical problems sometimes too. It's not always easy technically to block stuff. Really, I'm talking about implementing fundamental changes to limit alerts and computational intensity before you move to DLP. One thing I want to talk about is before you buy a DLP tool or before you get deep in the developing process of looking at your DLP tool, do everything you can to prevent this stuff beforehand. Everything you can to limit this stuff beforehand. Because if not, you're just going to be flooded with alerts, and your analysts are going to love their lives. And point two here is you don't need fancy tools. DLP, difficult to configure, costly, and unreliable. I swear, if there's like a force point guy back here, he's gonna murder me after this. And but I don't hate the tools. They do have the value. Web proxy, firewall, EDR, DNS controls. Just look at the list. There's so many ways to prevent this stuff. Approach it from that angle, please. And you likely already have talent to do so. You probably don't need to hire a contractor. You probably don't need a third-party vendor to do this. You probably don't even need a red teamer or pen tester to do this. You probably have people who do this stuff on a daily basis just following this. Change the culture of your organization. A last minute add when talking to an analyst is sometimes you don't always need to focus on the technical stuff to make progress. And then the last thing here, a point worth noting is testing is simple and fruitful. Something as simple as plugging in a USB drive, transferring a bunch of sensitive data, pulling it out, and then showing your boss, plugging it into a computer that's on an external network that's secure. You could also use mock sensitive data, probably should do that. And showing your boss or writing a little report about it and saying, hey, this is how we could lose data. This is how we are losing data. That's powerful in itself. Run manual tests and move to more automated regular testing whenever you tune your controls. And then, of course, just another plug is take the data exfiltration challenges to play this high quality board game. With that, that's it. So here's some different links to my Twitter. I'm not going to make the obligatory joke about it failing because I like Twitter. I hope it doesn't. And there's my blog. It's got some ramblings on it, as is my Twitter. And then I'll be posting all this stuff to that GitHub repository. There's nothing on there right now, but I'll post this. I'll just post images and PDFs. So you can print it if you want and impress your bosses, or they'll just think you're not actually working. And I'll post some other things. Like some of this stuff is actually not easy to test. For example, the DNS A record stuff. You may see DNS A record and wonder what the heck I mean. It's like embedding data covertly inside of a DNS request. Same thing with HTTP cookie. I've got some tools that I'm just going to compile that I've written over the years that could do this stuff, but most of the stuff can be done pretty simply. If it can't be done simply, I'm going to upload a tool that can do it to this repository. So it may not be refined. With that, that's the data exfiltration challenge. Those are the issues I feel like we're facing, and I feel like we could make your businesses more safe. You have questions here? We get somewhere else.
Nothing in chat.
Go ahead.
Do you consider encryption a form of DLP?
Encryption a form of DLP, like encryption a form of data loss protection.
Yeah, so I'm getting questionnaires, and sometimes some of their opinions are, hey, you encrypt your files, we will consider this data encryption or data loss protection. Some of them, it's not data exfiltration because they're saying the hacker still has that.
I suppose I would, just thinking about it from my perspective, like, okay, the USB example is one, because I remember there was an organization that you could plug into USB, you could transfer the data, and then you pull the USB drive out, data's now encrypted. They wanted me to look at the encryption to see if it's breakable, which I hate. Like, hey, is this encryption breakable? Like, dude, I'm not a mathematician. Like, I'm a red teamer, dude. It's like, anyway, so in cases like that, I take the USB out, I plug it into my machine, I'm trying to steal the data. I can't do anything with it. To me, that file, if I didn't know the file name and extension and what data was on it previously, it's just a bunch of bytes, a bunch of random bytes. It's no longer that data. I can't decrypt it. That's just one example. Maybe there's other examples where the data is more static and not so ephemeral, where maybe I would change that answer, but maybe, yes. I'd say yes. Anything else from anybody? Ask me.
In the front.
I think I have a couple minutes. So.
Right there.
Oh, what's up?
All right. So when it comes to this kind of stuff, it feels like some of the biggest roadblocks to getting proper data loss prevention implemented is the political aspect and getting the powers that be to be on your side about that. Do you have a specific method that you prefer to go about proving how important it is that we actually do more than what the current standard already is?
Yeah, I hate to say it, red teaming is a very good, it's a very good lever to pull. It's a very good lever to pull for your organization. A lot of times, your CISO, they have like a red team or somebody who's offensively oriented. They can run a bunch of these tests. They can write up a report about it, and they can show it to the board, the CEO, scare the shit out of them a little bit and light a fire under them. Because it's not always that they don't care about the data loss or they want to be able to use their Gmail or something. A lot of times they genuinely don't know, man. They run a business. They're focused on, let's say pharmaceuticals. They're focused on money. They're focused on making drugs to save people's lives. They don't know about this stuff. So a lot of times you can do a test to demonstrate how this stuff is valuable, what can be done and how easily it can be done, how bad it is to lose the data. It's insightful to them. So just showing them the issue, basically.
So you had Teams there, right? That's what I know that in Teams you could configure some no, I'm not gonna allow anybody outside of the organization, but that doesn't work, right? Because these are collaboration tools for a reason, and companies use it with vendors all the time and third parties or whatever. So,
Correct.
if you, it's kind of seems like Teams, like and I'm picking on Teams because I do have to deal with this a lot.
Yeah.
It's like all or nothing, right? So what you're suggesting here is more, let me monitor what's going on instead of baseline and see outliers. If I can't stop from people connecting from the outside, granting, you know, like any business user grants access to anybody they want in a team site, for instance. So
Yeah,
you
that's
can't block that.
Teams is
All or nothing.
Teams is a tough one. You brought up the worst one because Teams is tough because those types of chat applications, first off, they're encrypted. So when it comes to the web proxy level, it's kind of annoying to actually inspect that traffic. So that's a problem. Two, you need it for legitimate business use cases. And honestly, I guess that one really just comes around user awareness and culture within your organization. Also, I'll call limiting data spread. So trying to consolidate where the sensitive data exists within your organization so that people can't easily take it and transfer it over Teams. That sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but making sure that your network shares don't have a bunch of sensitive data, making sure that all your teams are wide open for everybody to see and access. And
So as part of hygiene, do you recommend like tools to help you find it? You know, like I have clients that are very large networks and
that's
so like a Varonis or something to go and do cleanups.
I cannot recommend enough doing whether it's like automated tools or having maybe a pen tester or something, somebody come in and basically do like a mass sweep of your network just for sensitive data. Give them some sample data, an example of files that are important to your business and that you don't want to lose. Due to them, obviously, so they don't actually have the data, and then have them do exfiltration testing and also do like a big, I'll call leak test. Look across all your network shares, across your FTP servers, across SharePoint. Look for basically give them common user domain creds that everybody so they can access what and see what they can see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So limit the blast radius basically. Yeah, it is brutal. That I'll be honest, like it's such a fruitful thing as an adversary to use that data. And if somebody gets access to your domain, they're gonna win. They've already won because they've already got data. So yeah, the Teams is a tough nut to crack. So.
Thank you.
That's not the most insightful, but you're.
What do you think about email DLP platforms?
I'm not a big fan of any DLP.
I feel Proofpoint works pretty well.
It does. Proofpoint actually does work well with emails. I just found so many, actually email is one of the best areas that Proofpoint, it's one of the areas where Proofpoint seems to work very well. I know I've done like testing plain text data, testing basically foreign coded data. I think Proofpoint can even find, obviously they can't decrypt your data, but they can find instances where you've sent encrypted data. I think I even wrote like an encryption, like a custom cryptor that encrypted the data and it said, hey, somebody's trying to email out encrypted data, which is pretty cool.
Well, it also has like specific rules for DLP platforms. So like information protected by like DLPA, for example. So with that, it'll automatically have rule detection based on that. So if it figures out, oh, there's any financial, like it matches a financial information rule, it'll automatically convert the email to a secure email format or block it depending on like what you want.
That's cool. That sounds great. I'll have to talk to some of our administrators and see if they can do something similar. I don't have a lot of tools. I feel like they're really high volume. They're really taxing on the and I've seen such oddities when doing these tests that especially at the web level, when it comes to like web file storage and web chats and things like that, it just does not seem to be very reliable. I mean, somebody's got to work on it. I'm glad they're working on it. I'm glad the tools exist. It's just not the first lever tool. The mail stuff does seem to work better than the other stuff. Like mail, I've even done instances where I've done more advanced tests where I've done like steganography, and I have seen them catch that. But then they don't catch other things. Like I've seen just such spotty results from Google Drive with some of these things catch Google Drive.
I noticed in you had like NIST, the intro of the NIST cybersecurity frameworks, like identify, protect, detect for your like, kind of protections for that pie chart you made of the 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of DLP. Are you following?
No, I'm not following.
The cybersecurity framework is identify, protect, respond, recover. So you've got detect, prevent, I guess, kind of similar. I was just wondering if you have anywhere where you've taken that a step further from the detect, prevent, and actually gone to the not a matter of if it happens, but when it happens, and saying how we're going to respond and recover.
No, I can't say so.
There was a talk yesterday about that. We would love that.
Yeah, I'm mostly focused on just doing the actual testing and seeing the results of that. Truthfully, I'm not a blue teamer. I just work in red team, so it's now not really my area of expertise. Sorry.
You have to worry about it.
What are some good exfiltration tools other than the normal, other than tags, SMB, SSH, other specialized tools? Because my work, some of my challenges are exfiltration is actually the biggest challenge quite often.
Yeah, I would say the best way to get data out, maybe in your experience, would be just using your C2 protocol very, very quietly. Like if your C2 can get out, your data that you're exfiltrating is also going to get out, as long as you keep the volume low. The issue with the data you're exfiltrating is the volume of data, how big the files are. So if you can use your C2 platform to exfil it, that's a good way to do it. Other things like the DNS stuff has been getting caught more recently by EDR tools. I don't have any luck really doing that anymore, but it is something to look at. Other things are if you can use like APIs to interact with, like AWS S3 buckets or different cloud storage platforms that aren't just necessarily Google Drive, or everybody kind of needs to access AWS S3 buckets because they're using them for image storage, using them for web storage, things like that. So if you can upload your data to like an S3 bucket using an API, you could do it that way. Also, it'll be encrypted. Yeah. That's just some examples I'm thinking of off the dome.
Probably have a better statistic, but
Oh yeah.
I noticed, I read an article once that said that there's a study that found that when you have DLPs and whatever in place, and employees know they are there, they're more prone to go towards more the risky bounds behavior. Because we think that these solutions will go for that experience.
I actually, on whenever I do these tests, I'm gonna be really quick. I do tend to make like a little list of the type of adversaries you're gonna face. And one of the adversaries I always note is an insider threat, but also there's a more advanced adversary, is an insider threat that has knowledge of security controls. To me, that's the next step. It's whenever you have somebody internal that wants to do something malicious, but not only do they just want to do something malicious, they know how to do it and how to evade. So they're not really like an APT group where they're like a cyber criminal or state sponsor or something. There's somebody who just wants to print the data out and go walk out the door with it, but they know somebody's looking at the print logs. So yes, I would say that's like a new classification.
Yeah, that's the super malicious insider. Just call it more. I mean, from general use.
I can't say specifically that I could say, I've seen even anecdotal evidence of somebody that is now knowledgeable of security controls that could prevent them becoming more malicious. But I don't want to be rude to think other people about this stuff up. I left these up here for anybody with.
Thank you.
There is one, but I'm gonna go to the
Percent? Oh, yeah. Get a percent card model.
See, you always sound.
So,
Yeah.
I'll take over.
Let me tell you about the different cuts of state.
And you have Sasha dancing. Yeah.
Basically, one DLP, love it. You want it.
Love DLP. It's my favorite. I can't escape. It's a matter of. I thought this was my break from DLP, but
nope, right back into it. It's my old boutique.
And honestly, I feel like I was hacked.
Oh,
yes. Tell them what they do. Getting access from them. They get a lot of. They like a lot of.
I remember.
Anyone where to look at. Game over.
That's not that.
That's like small, mid-sized companies.
Yeah. No.
That's exactly what it is.
No. Come in.
Yeah.
You get that piece of paper?
Yeah.
Oh, it's at 4. I'm looking at. Now you can go to Don't Hack My Pump Job. For a model or virtual.
And
At 4, yeah.
like what he talked about, honestly, with like
Or the garage. I'm probably gonna go to the garage.
somewhere.
I do IR.
4.
Real threat actor.
Yeah.
Actually,
This was
like a lot of the time, they did,
efficient
uh,
protection.
common tools like.
Ooh, and the mic
That's the hard
works.
fact.
Because I have to move.
That's like copying.
Efficient design.
It's very. So actually, like,
Who's not here yet? Raise your hand. Let me know when you get here. By the way, how do you catch a runaway robot? With a botnet.
This is her model.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know where all. Unscientific question. How many people are frightened or intimidated by threat modeling? Anybody? So you all think it's simple and easy and
No.
False positives.
false positive threat modeling? I like that. See, now I have to make room for my Mastodon account because I'm moving over to Mastodon off that hideous. Let's see, this is being recorded. That what used to be a great platform, but is now run by a man-child. Okay, so I'm opinionated. If any of you are wondering, this is Sasha, the dancing flamingo. She is the mascot of Bsides Chicago. Bsides Chicago, shameless plug, will be back. Cinco de Bsides, in other words, May 5th in 2023. So watch the Bsides Chicago website and Twitter and Mastodon and all that good stuff. I run Bsides Chicago. So let's see, it looks like it's time to start. So we shall start. This is threat modeling in 600, no, oops, I lied, 2,400 seconds. I am Kat Fitzgerald. There's all my contact info. I'm also known as Evil Cat. I happen to be Evil Cat at Google these days, but Google has nothing to do with it. So there's my information. I used to be based out of Kirkland, Washington up until a whole 2 weeks ago. Now I'm back in Chicago, natural creature of winter. Typically find me sipping Grand Mayan extra añejos, which is amazing. And I found that the tequila bar at Epcot yesterday, and oh my God, what a wonderful place. But I love working with honeypots, IoT refrigerators, Internet of Threats, as I put it. But lately, you know, I was a red teamer not a long time ago, but some time ago. But lately I've got back into pen testing, and I use a lot of Raspberry Pis for it. So I thought I'd share that with you. What do you think? How do you think my pen testing is doing? Yeah, okay. Okay, why we are not here. Well, I'm not going to solve all your security problems. We are going to do some shifting left, however. That's the important thing. Neither will the person sitting next to you. It's weird to say that anymore because it used to be virtually sitting next to you. We're back. It's great. An interesting study was done in 2016, University de Luxembourg. They did a study where they had clipboards, they had badges and everything. They went out on the street and they started asking people questions about their internet usage and so on. And one of the questions they asked them was, what's your internet password? What do you think the percentage of people that gave their internet password to these people with clipboards and badges and everything else?
70.
100%.
26%. Wasn't that high? But when they gave them chocolate, it went up to 43%, which just blew my mind. It just goes, yes, chocolate is how we are going to break the internet. I do mention, a lot of you have probably heard of Have You Been Pwned? A year or so ago, I guess it was about a year and a half ago, I set up my own version of Have You Been Pwned? But instead of asking for your email address, it asked for your password. And people were typing in their passwords. I had to shut it down because I had so many passwords. Now, granted, they weren't typing in their accounts, but now I have all these passwords to add to my password spraying and testing and so on. Anyway, it's very interesting studies, I find. Why are we here? Well, breaches and everything continue to go up. And when you look at this, you see that malicious or illegal attacks, those are, 51%. System glitches. What's a system glitch? Typically it's a misconfiguration. Human errors, there's the other 50%, give or take, that's causing the problems. So we know the 3 rules of SDLC, right? And the S does not stand for software development lifecycle or system development lifecycle. It stands for secure development lifecycle. So start telling people that. Security is not an afterthought. Vulnerabilities and breaches are real. It's the classic, not if, but when. And companies spent $150 billion in 2021 on security stuff, whether it be software, hardware, so on. Breaches continue to rise. So what does that mean? It means we're doing something wrong. We have to continue to shift left. One of the ways to do that is threat modeling. Get your developers involved. You don't have to teach them to be super security engineers. They just have to have a bit of an investment in the game. So let's talk about what threats are. They come in 3 types. In simplest terms, we have network threats, we have host threats, and we have application threats. I had a developer come to me at a conference recently, and we were talking about security of applications. He says, yeah, I'm starting to deploy my applications in containers now because I can't trust the application to be secure. I'm sorry, what? You're deploying it in a container for what reason? Well, it makes it more secure. Okay, I will just walk away from this conversation now, which I did. But what is threat modeling? Well, quite simply put, the practice of identifying and prioritizing the potential threats and then mitigating them. I do see people that do the threat modeling part and then they forget, oh, we have to mitigate it. Yes, you do. You have to fix it. And it's protecting something of value. By the way, I will make these slides available afterwards. Watch my Twitter or my Mastodon account for the link. It'll be in my GitHub site. My GitHub is the same as my Twitter and Mastodon, the Rainbow Cat. By the way, people do say, why is it Rainbow Cat on one side and Evil Cat? I'm a Gemini. So there you go. All right. This is a traditional way. Whenever I say this, I always hear Fiddler on the Roof. Tradition, there we go. Don't worry, I'm not singing. But this is the way we used to do it. Development and QA all the way to the end, right before we're going to release. And we have 79 vulnerabilities that are discovered during the pen test or security review, and they get delayed and they don't release on time, or they release an insecure application. I had a team come to me once right before they were going to launch, and they said, we're ready to launch. Can you review our application? And they did. And I discovered that for some crazy reason in the code, in the input for the password, when users are going to create their user and enter a password and everything, they had uppercase. They were converting their passwords to uppercase. Why? They said it made it easier for them. I'm okay. So I went to our VPs and I said, this is not releasing next week. And I blocked it. That was one of the very first applications I got to block. And they said, you better be right. I don't know. No, I was. This is what it should be. Work with the teams. The only reason I put these 2 slides in here is because I do have senior leadership come to me all the time saying, wait a minute, you're going to make my developers, my engineers work more. Whoa, what's the trade-off here? What's the return? What do we get out of it? You get a quicker launch when the security review comes in play. So keep that in mind. They went, oh, wow, that's good. So use that as the selling point to get your engineers, your developers to start doing threat modeling. This is threat modeling in 30 seconds. I love this comic because my old boss was named Dave, but it really is what we're doing this for. You know, in this corner, we have all that fancy stuff. And in the other corner, we have human error. We have to figure out a way around it. That's what we're going to do with threat modeling. All right. Why do we do threat modeling? Most vulnerabilities are introduced during the design phase. If I had threat modeled the application where they had upcase in the password entry, they would not have done that in the very beginning. They probably would have launched on time. Okay. Architecture flaws are very hard to change. Case in point, coming up in a second, but secure by design. We don't want secure by incident. That's what so many people, it's 2023, no, it's 2022 for God's sake. Why are we still fixing things after they've been compromised? Why are we not fixing them during the design phase, the architecture phase? Okay, attackers think differently. They go back and they think, what can humans do to make mistakes in the design of Project X? What possible thing could they have done that I should be looking for? They don't run a scanner. They don't run NICTO or Nmap or something and go, ooh, let's see what it finds because that's what we'll use to break in. No. And this is an old photo. It's from 1992, give or take, and it's 92, 93. If you look real closely, you can see it's a very steep hill. It was roughly 12 feet high. They have a parking gate with a badge reader on it. They thought that would be secure. Nobody's going to drive up and over the hill. They actually had to fix that. It cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars to put fences around the big hill because people did drive over it. That's a perfect example of fixing vulnerabilities after the fact. So let's get into this. There are 3 stages of threat modeling. The first is going to be decomposing the application. When we think of the design of something, we want to break it down to its simplest parts, okay? Determine and rank the threats. That seems easy enough. How are we going to do that? I'll show you in just a minute. And then determine the mitigations. Wow, this threat modeling stuff is so easy. It can be if you start at the 30,000 foot level, okay? But always have a parachute. Don't start at the 30,000 foot level without a parachute. So let's see how we're going to do this. Diagramming. This is going to be one of the most important things you're going to do. I have done some of the most basic threat modeling that has solved problems ahead of time on bloody napkins in a restaurant or a bar. And no, I don't mean napkins that I bled all over. I'm just pretending to be English, I guess. I don't know. But you stop and think about, what are we building? Okay. What are the high value targets or assets? Let's call them assets. Let's not call them targets. And then, you know, pictures really are worth 1,000 words. And I'll show you in just a few slides. Okay. Identify the threats. Well, what could go wrong? Now, when you think about a threat, think about what mistakes you can make. A threat could very easily be, what if the developer misplaces an application token in a GitHub repository somewhere? Oops, that never happens, right? Where are the attack vectors? Okay. And then how do we fix all the things? Don't forget that part. It's very important. And then validate. There's this cycle. You're going to go around and around and around. Now, that is one problem. Threat modeling you get stuck in this endless loop where you're like, crap, when do we end? When do we end? Are we done yet? Are we done yet? You know, because then you go back and do it again. So you have to be careful about defining what is done. And I'll show you some tips here to do it. Okay. Attacks keep getting better. That means every 6 months or so, I'm going to revisit the threat model for this design. I'm not just going to walk away from it, especially because I know developers, they add things, they fix things. Haha, fix. That's a code word for making it more challenging. All right. Can you tell yet that I like kitties? Why is that still, that arrow is not supposed to be there. I thought I fixed this. Damn it. What are you protecting? Okay, high level. See, the arrow was supposed to come after that. Oh, well.
Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts. They messed up my slides, those Pop-Tarts. Anyway, always start at the high level. I struggle with getting software developers to start at the highest level sometimes. They want to get right down to the very nitty-gritty of how it's going to work. I'm going, no, you're designing. Start high. I'll show you coming up. Break it down as you go. So when you start high, now take a piece of it and then break it out a little. Take another piece, break it out a little. We'll see how it goes. Also, other assets. There are 3 very important other assets. CIA. Confidentiality is an asset. Integrity is an asset, and so is availability. These are assets. Don't forget about them when you're threat modeling. What happens if they attack the back end? All right. Well, how are we going to document this? Easy. Define what it does and how. Very simple. And when I say start at the highest level is going to become very important. Who does it? Is it a person or a machine? Or what is the thing that is going to operate on this? Okay. We're going to list the assets. We're going to show the data flow. That's a hint. These things are called data flow diagrams. They are not called the flow charts. We will show encryption, something that is often left off. I have diagrams that are brought to me that just have arrows. I go, great. What does this arrow mean? Oh, that's the data going over to the database. Great. How does it get there? Well, it sends it over the network. Yes. Keep going. We'll get there eventually. Okay. So include the protocols and ciphers. It's going to make it easy. Are there any developers in here? A couple of you. Okay. I'll try not to say bad things about developers because I love developers. I wouldn't have a job being a security engineer if it weren't for developers. No, that's a good thing. Decompose. So you look at your ingress and egress points. We'll start seeing that in just a second. Why is that slide? That was supposed to be, oh well. Slides are out of order somehow. This is what happens when you update your presentation 2 hours before the talk. We'll refine the architecture. We're going to show the AAA. What's the AAA? What do the A's stand for? I'm hearing something.
Authorization.
Authorization. Authentication. Thank you. I was going to say, don't forget the 3rd A. Accounting, auditability, accountability, get that in there, please. I keep telling developer teams going back to the drawing board because you left off that 3rd A. And then trust boundaries. These days, when you think about zero trust boundaries can be everywhere. If you don't put them in, A security engineer cannot help you. They're going to spend a lot of time asking you questions about where's the lines of demarcation here? What's going on? Show the technologies in use, ingress and egress points. The reason I say that twice is because people always leave it off. Also, do not use double-sided arrows. It's a little thing, but it's an important thing. Arrows should only go in one direction. All right, let's start doing this here. We're going to build a data flow diagram. Data flow diagram is a graphical representation of the flow. It is not the flow of control, which is a flow chart. It is going to show processes that may run in parallel. Every process is going to have one in, one out. If it doesn't have one in and one out, then it's not a process. Very simple steps. We're going to start at the 30,000 foot level. We're going to build on it. That's known as a context level diagram. A context level diagram should not take technical knowledge. If you have something like TLS 1.1, ooh, what a horrible thing, on a data flow diagram and you think it's a context level, you're wrong, because a person off the street is going to go, TLS, Tom loves Sally. What? I don't know. What is that? They're not going to have any idea. So keep that in mind. Then we start to break it down. We'll break it down into sub-processes. You'll see how easy this is. There's also other levels. Don't get confused by it. It just means we break it down, break it down, break it down, break it down. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to do this. So our checklist, define the scope. That'll be easy. Break down, identify your assets first. If I gave you a task, could you do a DFD? Yes, because you're going to start with the context at very high level, and then you're going to break it down. Just keep layering, just keep layering, just keep swimming, but we're going to do it. Add the data flows. Process needs one in, one out. Again, if there's only one arrow, then that's not a process. It's missing something. What? Why did it just verify Microsoft Outlook? That's weird. Wow, what is my, okay. Add where important data is, where it lies. This is very confusing to me. Where it transits, where it's going in flowing, where it transforms. I've had people come to me with data flow diagrams. I'm going, what's this process right there? Oh, that's my laptop. I have to export the data as a CVS file, and then I upload it to the other entity. Like, well, that's great. How come it doesn't say laptop? And how come it doesn't say unencrypted? These are scary things. So here's the things we do for the context level. Again, keep it simple. No technical knowledge. If it requires technical knowledge, it is not context. The steps are define the process, show the external entities, show the data flows, no data stores. You cannot have a data store in a context level diagram. DFDs are incredibly simple and yet will impart a ton of information. There's 5 basic symbols: a square, a rectangle, a circle, an arrow, a data store, which is typically 2 lines, and then a dash line, which is your data, your trust boundaries. This is what a data flow diagram might look like. Is this a context level diagram?
No.
Somebody said no. Why not?
Yes.
There's way too much technical stuff on there. A user looking at this would have to be technical to understand it. Out of this diagram, however, does anyone see a common flaw that used to be made a long time ago that hopefully is never made anymore that could very well be exploited in this data flow diagram?
Check for HTTPS.
Not necessarily checking for HTTPS. Developers should see it before security engineers, I think.
Is it the split on the username and password?
Exactly. Is it the split on the username and password error? Remember years ago, they would give you an error that says, oh, you entered the password wrong or you entered the username wrong. So you could actually figure out, oh, which is wrong? Now I have a username. Or great, now I have a password, but I have no username. How would it tell you the password is wrong if it couldn't figure out the username? But it is an interesting one, and this was one that was done recently. And the first question I had was, excuse me, invalid username, invalid password? These have to be the exact same. All right, so here's how we're going to do a DFD checklist in order to do this. We're going to start with the context, label the assets, make it simple, add the flows. We're going to label actions on each flow, and this is not the context. This is now a DFD. We'll get to the context in just a second. And then we're going to make sure that we have protocols included. I'll show you. Add the trust boundaries, and then label the types of data and the flow. Okay. There might be people and types of people like admin or user or something like that. What if I asked you to do a context level diagram for a ride sharing company versus a data flow diagram? Well, you might, once I get through this, blah, blah, blah. I'm skipping over these because you'll see it. This is a context level or a context diagram. Do you have to be technical to understand this? No.
No.
Do you notice, although I can only point on one side, wait, here, I'll point over here. Account details, see how we'll have a data flow, but I've listed a lot of things about that data flow. Now, see that right there? It says account details, pickup location, destination, card type. This is the 30,000 foot level because I can take those individual things. And this is why I say this can be easier if you break it down like this. If I then took that and said, okay, now how do I break it down to a data flow diagram instead of context level? Well, if I take the rider and I say, what kind of account details does the rider have to have? If I take the driver and say, what kind of account details do they have to have? Then I can break it down and pull it back and say, here's my next level, my actual data flow diagram. And it might look something like this, where we have a new customer is going to log in. We're assuming they've already created the account. So there's our login. The driver does the exact same thing. But you'll notice that the circles, which are processes, every single one of the circles has something related to the context level diagram. Don't start relabeling things. When you go back here and you say, okay, we have payment to drivers. Don't relabel that. I don't know. What would I relabel it as? I don't know what I would call it. Payment to drivers should be payment to drivers. Or maybe you might change it to credit card process. So I would lose that context in here. But right there, there it is. Payment to drivers. So those same things that are on the context level are going to flow down to each level as you expand it, but you add the processes. That's the difference. That's how you get from a context level to an actual data flow diagram. Now, this one, you have to be a little bit technical because there's information in here. There's a bank, there's payment receipt, there's a database, that's something. I don't have to be fully technical, but if I were to take it down to the next level and start putting the actual data flow numbers in, because that's what's missing here. What is the order of each one of these things? It has to happen in a certain order. So we want to add context to the data flow diagram by putting order numbers in those flows. So you start doing that. You'll start seeing that when you get more into doing these data flow diagrams versus a context. So again, you should see how we took this diagram, which anybody could have done. The only thing you might have left off if you had originally done this, and I've seen this happen in workshops I do with this, is they kind of forget about the bank. They forget that they put payments in there, but they don't put an asset. This is an external asset. This is an external asset because it's a square or a rectangle. That's how we know it's something that we have to act upon or protect. All right. So now we enter the threats. Perfect timing. How do we get to the threats? We're going to use one of my favorite things called STRIDE. STRIDE stands for spoofing, tampering, repudiation. Whoops, sorry. I'll get them all up there faster, 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 so you can see them all. And there we go. Elevation of privilege. So there we see what STRIDE stands for. I like STRIDE. I think STRIDE makes looking for threats easier than it does some of the other methods. If, as a developer, you want to use one of the other methods I'm going to show you in a second, I don't care. I really don't. If you came to me and said, ooh, we did an attack tree. Great. Let's look at it and see if you have all the attack vectors. Let's see if you figured out what's in there. But when you stop and think about the 4 things that you have, the external asset, the process, the data store, or the data flow, you can actually only apply STRIDE to some of those in certain ways. Because can you spoof a data flow? No. You can spoof the identity, the user, before the data flow starts, but you're not going to spoof a data flow. That would be tampering. That's totally different. So you see how, yes, I can spoof or I can tamper a data flow, but I can't spoof it. That doesn't make any sense. I can tamper a data store. I can tamper with a process. Can I tamper with an external entity? No. Well, you could shoot the user, but I don't know that that's going to do you any good. I was doing a security class once, and I said, what's the most secure computer in the world? And people would say the classic, oh, it's a computer turned off, buried in or encased in concrete, buried 6 feet underground. And one of the students raised their hand and they went, can't we just bury or encase all the users in concrete, bury them underground? It's like, good Lord. And these were auditors. So I thought, wow, did anybody ever see the movie Nobody? Reminds me of that kind of auditor. And if you haven't seen Nobody, then you don't know. Anyway, but you see how the various types of acts, threats from STRIDE can act on the various elements within a data flow diagram. That's why the data flow diagram is so critical. Now, you could do, and this is just to give you a bigger shot of it if you want to take a picture, make it easier to read. If you want to identify threats in other ways, there's something called DREAD. I think it's Damage potential, God, that's kind of arbitrary. Reproducibility, I have no idea. I mean, I know what it is, but God, it's kind of weird. Exploitability, really? That's kind of subjective in a way. What are the affected users? I don't know. How do you group them? How do you figure out what users are affected by the threat you're trying to impose here? And then discoverability. This is why I hate dread. Isn't that security by obscurity? Seriously, come on. There's also pasta. Although some people do like pasta. I think people sit around wondering, how do we name these things so they come up with acronyms? Process of attack simulation and threat analysis. Pasta. They struggled with that one. I know they did. But what about this? Does anybody ever think about using MITRE to do threat modeling? What if I think about Stride and then I go to MITRE and I say privilege escalation? What are the different ways that privilege escalation could attack or could occur? And if you know the website, you know you can click on it and drill down to the mitigation. This is great when you are sitting with developers and say, here, let me show you what privilege escalation really is all about, especially if you have junior developers. You drill down from the attack matrix and you pull it up on the defend, the mitigation, and then you show them, here's how we can fix this stuff. They will think you are a god or a goddess because you know so much about security. And you do, if you know how to explain this to developers. I have worked in a lot of different corporations and government and things like that. I continue to find that corporations, government, they want to automate the shit out of security. But breaches keep going up. They keep happening. Why don't we get developers with a vested interest in making their stuff more secure so they don't have to rely on deploying it in a container that's going to be secure? Okay, I like using MITRE as an attack methodology or as a threat modeling methodology. Now, here's a question for you. Can you threat model a woman's leather RFID locking small wallet? Take 10 seconds and think about it. How would you threat model this? What are the threats?
Social?
What do you mean by how social?
Like fishing for her to get some places.
Phishing could be. I mean, we know it's, let's assume it's perfect at blocking RFID. I like to say this is the threat. Why? Because this just happened about a month ago. I was in an airport going to another Bsides. I was standing up. A woman was sitting down just in front of me. She pulls out her credit card and her phone and she starts typing a text message. Now she apparently had poor eyesight. She had very large text on her phone. Types in the credit card number. Well, I've already gotten a picture of the front of the credit card, and while she's typing it in, she now flips over the credit card. Whoop, next picture. And she types in all the information there. It turns out she's sending it to her husband who's sitting across the way. Now, I sat down with her afterwards and I said, ma'am, I'm Kat. I need to talk to you. You just did something that is very dangerous. Let me tell you why. And I showed her the pictures. And she said, this is funny. I was sending it in a text because I figured if I yelled it to him, somebody would overhear me. I'm like, okay, but did you have any idea who was standing around you? Now I will delete these, and I did, but she didn't tell me, well, please delete them from your recently deleted folder. The point is you can threat model anything, but we have to think about the obscure things that could happen. In this case, I hope I educated a consumer that she's not going to sit in a very crowded airport and pull her nicely protected credit card out of the nice wallet and hold it up going, here, everybody, look at this. You know, little things like this make you stop and think. So how do we deal with threats? Defining threats is going to take that security knowledge that you have. Go back to your basic security best practices and think about it. Because if you can draw a detailed enough data flow diagram with your developers, get all those data flows, label those trust boundaries, you're going to find them all. Describe the attack that you're looking at, describe the context, and then describe what the impact is. Here's an example. Here's a data flow diagram. We're going to pick this web application and we're going to apply Stride to it. So what does that look like? It looks like this. Every single letter in Stride is potentially within that web application. I would take that web application, which is a process, and I would now break it down into what are the individual processes that run within that web application. Now I can break down the individual threats more specifically with the developers and say, let's fix them. Because every time you see a process, that can probably be broken out into more detail. An asset like a browser, or that's my only asset here, is probably not going to be broken down into any other assets. I can't really say, well, that's browser, maybe, okay, maybe it's a plugin, maybe, but I don't think so. You're also not the storage items. You're not going to break down storage items into finer detail. It's the processes. Could you break down background worker process? Oh, heck yeah. If it just says something very generic like that, yes, let's break it down and let's apply Stride at an even more granular level. This is how you do threat modeling. This is how you shift ultimately left and get your engineer, your developers going, this is cool. Because now when I get to, hey, we need to launch next Friday, and I tell them, no, you're not launching on a Friday. But they go, we're going to launch, we're going to get approved because we've already fixed everything. And it's a symbiosis between security engineers and software developers. It's amazing how you can build everything to work together. So here are your key takeaways today. Identify the assets. In other words, think of the crown jewels. Think of the things that are really, really valuable. Make sure you start with those. You know, in the ride sharing app, we had a rider and a driver. I don't care. I put the ride sharing company as a process. I'll break that down. There's no assets in there because I'm not there. There's no humans really. We want to get to the most detailed DFED that we can, but you have to start at the high level. Also, the trust boundaries are critical. You saw those in the other drawings. I didn't go into all the details, but you see how those are going to be there, whether it's the internet, a vendor, your own network, so on. Are threats enumerated? Have you covered it? Go through Stride, go through it again, and maybe go through it again. Make sure everything is there. Okay. The problem is, okay, you do have to define done. Don't overdo it. There is this thing called CTM, continuous threat modeling. I have nightmares about this, that I will threat model and wake up screaming someday. Oh, did everybody get the picture? There's your finish slide. And there's takeaways part 2. Remember, it is secure by design. The more you put into it in the beginning, the less you're going to have to fix at the end. And fixing it in the beginning is the easiest way to secure a launch. Do not secure by incident. And if you have to deal with leadership, tell leadership, look, the more we do here, it's not going to take as much time. And that means the launch is going to happen so much easier. You'll get your approvals. Okay. Threat actors have all the time in the world. You don't. So if you can shift left and work with a team, then you're going to do a better job. Diagramming. The DFD is critical. Draw it on a napkin. Draw it on a paper plate. Draw it on a whiteboard. Draw it anywhere. But start drawing something. I have seen teams when I give them the lab exercise, start with a ride sharing app. They don't know where to start. They start going, well, let's see, there's an app in the phone. And I'm going, wait, no. There's a rider and a driver. Start there. Now, oh, there's a bank. Okay, there's 3 things. So start at that high level. Trust boundaries are indeed critical. And then I have found really that software engineers love it when I spend time going over attack and defend with them. Why? Because they're learning. They love to learn new stuff, even if they're not going to be security engineers. Okay. And finally, threat modeling, you can do it to anything. It's not just about software. Every time I go through an airport, every time I walk in a grocery store, you know, you think about grocery stores, you know the layouts. All the valuable things in grocery stores are in the middle where you have to get in there. You know, they don't put them on the outside where you could take 2 steps in, grab it and walk out. They did at one point, but they learned. And I got stuck in an airport. My flight was supposed to take off at 5:30 in the morning. I got a buzz like 2 minutes before 5 and it said, oh, your flight's delayed till 6:30. Oh, bummer. Then I got a buzz 2 minutes later, it's delayed till 8:30. Oh, then I got a buzz 2 minutes later, it's delayed till 12:30. Then it went to 1:30. Then it went to 3:30. And I'm going, I have to spend almost 12 hours here. What am I going to do? I started walking the airport and I saw things and I started making notes and I started drawing processes and assets. And I could have gotten on the tarmac at this one particular airport and nobody would have known. Nobody would have challenged me because of the things I found. So you can threat model anything. Have fun with it. Okay. So I've got, like I said, I have a bunch of resources. I don't know that taking pictures of this will help because these are all URLs, but I will make the deck available. Again, my GitHub is the same as my Twitter, is the same as my Mastodon, Rainbow Cat, RNBWKAT. So these are just some actual, I have this toaster at home, by the way. Yeah. And thank you very much. This is my contact info. If you want to reach out to me, if you have any further questions, I'll take a couple of questions, but then I have to get over to the other side because I have to do another talk over there right at 4. Thank you. Yes.
I have one from the Discord channel. Kat, what cadence do you recommend dev teams threat modeling? Every change request, architecture, and critical features only?
So what cadence do I recommend a development team do threat modeling with architecture changes or
Sorry, every change request.
every change request? It depends, it's gonna really depend on how much of a change it is. And only the developers can be, if they're fixing a little, they had a typo in something, or they, oh God, this was an int and it shouldn't have been, it should have been a string or something, okay, maybe I won't threat model. But if we've added a new feature, yes, I'm going to threat model it. But because I've broken it down enough in the processes, I should be able to threat model just that new feature. No other questions? Oh, wait. Oh, there we are. Oh.
What's your take on automated models?
What is my take on automated threat modeling? I've seen some that work and I've seen some that have fallen on their behinds and don't work at all. My take is try them and see, but you need something to compare it to. You need to compare it to a working threat model with a team where you break it down versus trying it with the software. That's why I would always say if a company is not willing to give you the software to do a full-on pilot, then I don't want to talk to them. Yes, I always start at context and then move down and break it down. And I want to see how the automation software is going to do the same thing. Any others? Cool. Well, thank you again very much. I'm going over to track 1 because I'm going to go do a talk on misconfigurations in the cloud. Oh, look, something fluffy. Poke, poke, poke. That's the title of it. But it's cloud security stuff. So if you're interested in that, and it's kind of a very an intro to pen testing in the cloud. So if you want to come over there, otherwise stay here for whatever the other talk is. I don't know what it is. What is it?
Open sesame, your garage goes up. For security.
Open sesame, your garage goes up and what? And security goes down. Oh, I want to stay for that. Oh, that sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Now, over to one. Yes. That's my water. Throw it away. Okay. See ya.
Noobs.
About 10 minutes.
I'm just gonna make sure the connection.
Oh, gotcha.
No, everything's all on.
Okay. Fine.
No, yeah, just kill the recording. We'll be good.
All right.